Part 1 of Chapter 11 of My Days and Dreams by Edward Carpenter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The story of my books. The fate of my books has been interesting, at any rate to myself. Leaving aside Narcissus and Other Poems, and Moses, a Drama, which were written in early days at Cambridge, and were only, so to speak, exercises in literature and efforts to vie with then accepted models. Towards Democracy, of course, has been the start point and kernel of all my later work, the centre from which the other books have radiated. Whatever obvious weaknesses and defects it may present, I have still always been aware that it was written from a different plane than the other works, from some predominant mood or consciousness superseding the purely intellectual. Indeed, so strong has been this feeling that, though tempted once or twice to make alterations from the latter point of view, I have never really ventured to do so. And now, after more than 30 years since the inception of the book, I am entirely glad to think that I have not. It is a curious question, and one which literary criticism has never yet tackled, why it is that certain books or certain passages in books will bear reading over and over again without becoming stale, that you can return to them after months or years and find entirely new meanings in them which had escaped you on the first occasion, and that this can even go on happening time after time, while other books and passages are exhausted at the first reading and need never be looked at again. How is it possible that the same phrase or concatenation of words should bear within itself meaning behind meaning, horizon after horizon of significance and suggestion? Yet such undoubtedly is the case. Portions of the poetic and religious literature of most countries, and large portions of books like Leaves of Grass, the Bhagavad Gita, Plato's Banquet, Dante's Divina Commedia, have this inexhaustible germinative quality. One returns to them again and again, and continually finds fresh interpretations lurking beneath the old and familiar words. I imagine that the explanation is somewhat on this wise, that in the case of passages that are exhausted at a first reading, like statements, say, of church doctrine or political or scientific theory, we are simply being presented with an intellectual view of some fact, but that in other cases, in some mysterious way, the words succeed in conveying the fact itself. It is like the difference between the actual solid shape of a mountain and the different views of the mountain obtainable from different sides. They are two things of a different order and dimension. It almost seems as if some mountain facts of our experience can be imagined forth by words in such a way that the phrases themselves retain this quality of solidity, and consequently their outlines of meaning vary according to the angle at which the reader approaches them, and the variation of the reader's mind. None of the outlines are final, and the solid content of the phrase remains behind and eludes them all. Anyhow, the matter is a most mysterious one, but as a fact it remains and demands explanation. I have felt somehow, with regard to Towards Democracy, that while my other books were merely subsidiary and mainly represented views and aspects, this one, with all its imperfections, had that central quality and kind of other dimensional solidity to which I have been alluding, and my experiences in writing it have corroborated that feeling. I have spoken elsewhere about the considerable period of gestation and suffering which preceded the birth of this book. Nor were its troubles over when it made its first appearance in the world. The first edition, printed and published by John Heywood of Manchester at my own expense, fell quite flat. The infant showed hardly any signs of life. The press ignored the book or jeered at it. I can only find one notice by a London paper of the first year of its publication, and that is by the old sixpenny Graphic of August 11th, 1883, saying, not without a sort of pleasant humour, that the phrases are suggestive of a lunatic Ollendorff with stage directions, and ending up with the admission that the book is truly mystic, wonderful, like nothing so much as a nightmare after too earnest a study of the Koran. The Saturday Review got hold of the second edition and devoted a long article, March 27th, 1886, to slating it and my socialist pamphlets, Desirable Mansions, etc., as instances of the kind of teaching which is now commonly set before the more ignorant classes, and which is probably accepted in good faith by not a few among them, a haphazard collection of fallacies, to which the semblance of a basis is given by half a dozen truisms, flavoured by a little Carlyle-ese, or by diluted extracts of Walt Whitman. Such is the compound which cultivated socialism offers as a new and saving faith to the working classes, and of which the works before us offer a good example." Then follow severe comments on my absurd views about usury and the manners and customs of the rich, and finally a long quotation from Towards Democracy, of which book the writer says, "And this sort of thing goes on through 250 pages, the blank monotony of which is only relieved here and there by a few passages which it would be undesirable to quote, and which it is not wholesome to read." The London press, when it did deign to notice my work, followed the same sort of lead, and it was left, as usual, to comparative outsiders to make any real discovery in the matter. Curiously enough, a very young man, George Moore Smith, in a long article in the Cambridge Review of November 14th, 1883, led the way in drawing serious attention to the first edition. The Indian Review, William Digby, of May 1885, had a remarkably sympathetic and intelligent notice of the second edition, and I owe much to my friend W. P. Byles' introduction of the book to northern readers through the Bradford Observer of March 19th, 1886, also to an article by H. Rowlandson in the Dublin University Review for April 1886. With the third edition, 1892, a certain amount of timid acknowledgment set in. Notices in a few more or less well-known papers were friendly, though brief and cautious, as with a scent of danger. The fourth and complete edition did not appear till 10 years later, 1902, and by that time the book had established itself. It had ceased to demand press appreciations, favourable or otherwise, and so the critics, very luckily for themselves, escaped and have escaped without ever having to give any sort of full pronouncement or verdict on the book. To return to the first edition. I had only 500 copies printed, But at the end of 2 years, when I had gathered material enough for a second edition, there was still 100 or so of these on hand. All the same, I did not feel any serious misgiving. I caused 1,000 copies to be printed of the second edition, 260 pages, sent them round to the press again, and waited. This was in 1885. If anything, the reception accorded was worse than before, in a sense worse, because there was more of it. By 1892, when I needed to print a third edition, only some 700 copies of the second edition had gone. 700 in 7 years. The prospects were not good, yet I did not feel depressed. I had certainly not expected any great sale, and there were even signs of improvement. My other books were beginning to attract a little attention. It was obviously also hard on this book to have it published in Manchester, so I determined to go to London. There was no possible chance of getting a publisher there to take it as his own speculation. So I went to Mr. Fisher Unwin and asked him to print at my expense and sell it on commission, which he naturally was quite willing to do. The book had now grown to 368 pages, and its price had to be raised from 2 shillings 6 to 3 shillings 6. But its sales actually improved, and for 2 or 3 years ranged at about 200 copies a year. I began to think it was just possible that my little bark would navigate itself, that it would float out on deeper waters and into the world current, when something disastrous happened which left it in the shallows for quite a few years longer. That something was the Oscar Wilde trial, or trials, which took place in the spring of 1895. But to understand how they affected towards democracy, I must go back a little. Early in 1894, I started writing a series of pamphlets on sex questions, those questions which at that time were generally tabooed and practically not discussed at all, though they now have become almost an obsession of the public mind. As pamphlets of that kind would have no chance with the ordinary publishers, I got them printed and issued by the Manchester Labour Press, a little association for the spread of socialist literature, on the committee of which I was. The pamphlets were Sex, Love, Woman, and Marriage, and they sold pretty well, 3,000 or 4,000 copies each. Encouraged by their success, I began early in '95 to put them together and add fresh matter to them, till I had a book ready for publication, which I afterwards entitled Love's Coming of Age. This book I offered to Fisher Unwin, as he was already selling towards democracy, and he accepted it, undertaking to produce the book himself and give me a fair royalty. His agreement was signed in June 1895. Meanwhile, in January 1895, though dated 1894, I issued from the Labour Press, and in the same connection as the other pamphlets, a fourth one, entitled Homogenic Love, which I suppose was among the first attempts in this country to deal at all publicly with the problems of the intermediate sex. I placed "Printed for private circulation only" on the title page, and had only a comparatively small number of copies struck off, which were not sold, but sent pretty freely to those who I thought would be interested in the subject, or able to contribute views or information upon it. My object, in fact, was to get in touch with others and to obtain material for future study or publication. Even in this quiet way the pamphlet created some alarm. and in the dovecots of Fleet Street, as I heard, caused no little fluttering and agitation. But it is quite possible the matter would have ended there if it had not been for the Oscar Wilde troubles. Wilde was arrested in April 1895, and from that moment a sheer panic prevailed over all questions of sex, and especially, of course, questions of the intermediate sex. I did not include homogenic love in my proposed new book, nor had I any intention of including it. But when the mere existence of the thing came to the knowledge of Fisher Unwin, he was so perturbed that he actually cancelled his agreement with me with regard to the book Love's Coming of Age, and broke loose from it. It was in vain that I tried to restrain him. He had got his leg over the trace, as it were, and was off. Indeed, he was quite willing to sacrifice the expense he had already incurred, for the book was now partly set up, rather than go on with it. Under the circumstances, I could not, of course, very well compel him to publish. Moreover, I felt sorry for his perturbation, and quite understood some of its causes. The extent of it was finally shown by his going so far as to turn towards democracy out of his shop, and refuse to publish that any longer. Thus my two books, Love's Coming of Age and Towards Democracy, like two poor little orphans, were both out on the wide world again. For the moment I will go on with Love's Coming of Age. Being routed by Fisher Unwin, I went to Sonnesheim, Bertram Dobell, and others, altogether 5 or 6 publishers, but they all shook their heads. The Wilde trial had done its work, and silence must henceforth reign on sex subjects. I may say here that I never happened to meet Oscar Wilde personally. There was nothing left for me but to return to my little Labour press at Manchester and get the book printed and published from there, which I did, the first edition being issued in 1896. It is curious to think that that was not 20 years ago, and what a landslide has occurred since then. In 1896 no respectable publisher would touch the volume, and yet today, 1915, the tide of such literature has flowed so full and fast that my book has already become quite a little old-fashioned and demure. But the severe resistance and rigidity of public opinion at the time made the volume very difficult to write. The readiness, the absolute determination of people to misunderstand, if they possibly could, rendered it very difficult to guard against misunderstandings. And as a matter of fact, nearly every chapter in the book was written 4 or 5 times over before I was satisfied with it. Love's Coming of Age ought, of course, like some parts of England's Ideal, to have been written by a woman, but though I tried, I could not get any of my women friends to take the subject up, and so had to deal with it myself. Ellen Key of Sweden began, I fancy about the same period, writing that fine series of books on love, marriage, childhood, and so forth, which have done so much to illuminate the Western world. But at that time I knew nothing of her and her work. My book circulated almost immediately to some extent in the socialistic world, where my name was fairly well known. But some time elapsed before it penetrated into more literary and more respectable circles. One of the first signs of its succeeding in the latter direction took a rather amusing shape. I had one day to call upon a well-known London publisher, who was already publishing some of my books, though he had refused this particular one on business, and having discussed the matters immediately in hand, he presently turned to me and inquired how my Love's Coming of Age was selling. I, of course, gave a fairly favourable account. "I think," he said, in a somewhat chastened tone, "that perhaps we made rather a mistake in refusing some little time back to take it up. A Sunday or two ago I was at church (probably a Congregational or Unitarian chapel), and the minister quoted a page or two from your book, and spoke very highly of it, and actually gave the published address and price and all, and I saw quite a lot of people noting the references down." He paused, and then added, "Quite a good advertisement, worth 30 or 40 copies, I dare say." I could not help smiling. No wonder he was sorry. But the story gave promise of better things to come. In 1902 the said publishing firm was glad to take the book up and publish it on commission for me, which they and their successors have done ever since. And its sale in England, though not phenomenal like that of the German translation, has, I must say, been very good. To return to Towards Democracy. Considering its expulsion from Mr. Fisher Unwin's shop, and the generally panicky condition of the book market in London, there seemed nothing to do but to return to Manchester and place it also in the hands of the little Labour press for publication. The 2,000 or so copies remaining in Unwin's hands were my property, and I had only to remove them to Manchester, get a new title page printed, and have them issued from there. This I accordingly did, and in 1896 the Labour Press edition appeared, 368 pages, the same as Fisher Unwin's. Naturally the Labour Press connection was not very favourable as regards circulation, and the price, 3 shillings 6 pence, was high for socialist and Labour circles. The spread of the book remained slow, slower of course than it had been with Unwin, and hardly amounted to 100 copies a year. This was bad, but worse remained behind. Somewhere early in 1901 the Labour Press, whose financial affairs had never been very satisfactory, went bankrupt. I knew of course what was pending, and as the stock of Towards Democracy belonged to me, and I knew that if left at the press it would be in danger of falling into the creditors' hands, there was nothing left but to smuggle it away as soon as I could into some place of safe keeping. Mr. James Johnston, City Councillor, always a good friend, came to the rescue, and offered me storage room in his office. I hired a dray, and so one foggy day, with a good part of a ton of Towards Democracy on board, which I helped to load and unload, I jogged with the drayman through the streets of Manchester amid the huge turmoil of the cotton goods and other traffic. A strange load, and I never before realized how heavy the book was. It lay there for some months, and then about July of the same year I made arrangements with Sonnenschein and Company for them to sell the book on commission, and the stock was transferred into their hands. From that time its sales slowly went forward from 100 or 150 per annum in 1902 to 800 or 900 in 1910. Then the Sonnenschein business, and with it my book, passed into the hands of George Allen and Company. In 1902 the fourth part of Towards Democracy, that is, Who Shall Command the Heart, was published, and in 1905 this was incorporated with the 3 former parts in one complete volume. Later in the same year I succeeded, a long cherished project, in producing a pocket edition of the whole on India paper, which has ever since sold alongside and pari passu with the library edition. Thus, after 21 years, in 1902, these writings, begun in 1881, came to an end, and 3 years later the book took its definite and permanent form in print and binding, and some sort of rather indefinite place in the world of letters. End of Part 1 of Chapter 11. Part 2 of Chapter 11 of My Days and Dreams by Edward Carpenter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Talking about their place in the world of letters, some of my books have, I fear, puzzled the public by their titles. Iolaus has been much of an offender in this way. The uncertainty as to who or what Iolaus might be, the difficulty of knowing how to spell the word, and the impossibility of pronouncing it, proved at one time such obstacles that they quite adversely affected the sales. On one occasion I received a telegram from a firm asking me to send at once 200 oil cans. My puzzlement was great, as I had indeed never embarked in the oil trade, nor in my wildest dreams thought of doing so, till suddenly it flashed upon me that the message, having had to pass through a rustic post office, had been transformed on the way, and the romantic friend and companion of Hercules had been turned into a paraffin tin. After that I modified the title so as to avoid any such sacrilege in the future. Coming back to Towards Democracy again, I do not know that I have ever seen a very serious estimate or criticism of that book in any well-known literary paper. Like others of my works, it has come into the literary sheepfold, not through the accepted gate, but in some other way, like a thief or a robber. It has been generally ignored, as already explained, by the guardians of the gate, yet it has quietly and decisively established itself, and the sheep somehow have taken kindly to the robber, and perhaps the matter is best so. A book of that kind is not easy to criticize. It cannot be dispatched by a snap phrase. It does not belong to any distinct class or school. Its form is open to question. Its message is at once too simple and too intricate for public elucidation, even if really understood by the interpreter. That it should go its own way, quietly, neither applauded by the crowd nor barked at by the dogs, but knocking softly here and there at a door and finding friendly hospitality, is surely the most gracious and satisfying destiny. But though the ignoring by the critics of Towards Democracy has seemed natural and proper, I confess I have been somewhat surprised by their non-recognition or non-discussion of the questions dealt with in the other books, because, as I have said, these books are on a different plane from Towards Democracy. They deal with theories or views which flow, as I think, perfectly logically from the central idea of Towards Democracy, just as the different views or aspects of a mountain flow perfectly logically from the mountain fact itself. We cannot discuss the central idea, but we can discuss the aspects, because they come within the range of intellectual apprehension and definition. If the world, it seems to me, should ever seize the central fact of such books as Leaves of Grass and Towards Democracy, it must inevitably formulate new views of life on almost every conceivable subject. The aspects of all life will be changed. And the discussion and definition of these views ought to be extraordinarily interesting. It is therefore surprising, I say, that no serious discussion of the underlying or implicit assumptions of these two books has yet taken place. It is true, of course, that today the world is witnessing a strange change of attitude on almost all questions, and a vague feeling after the new aspects to which I am alluding. But it does not concatenate these views onto any central fact, and therefore cannot deal with them adequately or effectively. It is as if people, having taken drawings of a hitherto undiscovered mountain from many different sides, and comparing them together, should not realize that it is the same mountain which they have been observing all the time, and that there is a unity and a reality there which will explain and concatenate all the outlines. I say, it is a little disappointing that this point has not yet been reached, because it would make the discussion and definition of the new views so wonderfully interesting. On the other hand, it is obvious that in the midst of the enormous output and rush of modern literature, critics generally have thrown up the sponge, and are content to get through their works perfunctorily, or as best they can, without the added labour of tackling, or attempting to tackle, a great new synthesis. The attempt made a quarter of a century ago in Civilization, its Cause and Cure, to define the characteristics of modern civilization, and to show the civilization period as a distinct stage in social evolution, destined to pass away, and to be succeeded by a later stage, of which later stage even now some of the features may be indicated, has never, as far as I know, been seriously taken up and worked out. The socialists, of course, have certain views on the subject, but they are limited to the economic field, and do not by any means cover the whole ground, and various doctrinaire sets and sects are nibbling at the problem from different sides. But a real statement and investigation of the whole question, and a linking of it up to the deepest spiritual facts, would obviously be absorbingly interesting. I first read the paper which bears the above name at the Fabian Society in 1888, and needless to say it was jeered at on all sides, but since then somehow a change has come, and even Sidney Webb and Bernard Shaw, who most attacked me at the time, have ceased to use the word civilization in its old optimistic and mid-Victorian sense. What we want now is a real summing up and settling of what the word connotes, both from the historical point of view and with regard to the future. Another paper in the same book, which shocked a good many of my Cambridge friends, was my Criticism of Modern Science. The Victorian age glorified modern science, not only in respect of its patient and assiduous observation of facts, which everyone allows, but also on account of the supposed laws of nature which it had discovered and which were accounted immutable and everlasting. A light arising from some quite other source convinced me that this infallibility of the scientific laws was an entire illusion. I had been brought up on mathematics and physical science. I had lectured for years on the latter. But now the reaction set in, and rather rudely and crudely it must be confessed, I turned on my old teacher to rend her. I published in 1885, and in Manchester, a shilling pamphlet called Modern Science, a Criticism, and sent it round to my mathematical and scientific friends. I think most of them thought I had gone daft. But after all, the whirligig of time has brought its revenge, and the inevitable evolution of human thought has done its work, and now one may ask, where are the airy-fairy laws and theories of the science of the last century? The great stores of observations and facts are certainly there, and so are the marvelous applications of these things to practical life. But where are the immutable laws? Where are the clean-cut systems of the families and species of plants and animals? Where is Boyle's law of gases? Where the stability of the planetary orbits? Where the permanence and indestructibility of the atom? Where is the theory of gravitation? Where the theory of light, the theory of electricity, the law of supply and demand in political economy, of natural selection in biology, of the fixity of the elements in chemistry, or the succession of the strata in geology? All gone into the melting pot, and quickly losing their outlines. It is true that in the great brew which is being thus formed, rags and chunks of the old laws of nature are still discernible, but no one supposes they are there for long, and on all sides it is obvious that the scientific world is giving up the search for them, and the expectation, in the face of such things as radium, Hertzian waves, karyokinesis, and so forth, of ever reconstituting science again on the old Victorian basis. These fixed laws, it is pretty evident, and the remaining debris will melt away, till out of the seething brew something entirely different and unexpected emerges. And that will be? Yes, what indeed out of such a cauldron might be expected to emerge? A strange and wonderful figure, a living form. Yet the curious thing is that while this process of the dissolution of scientific theory is going on before our eyes and on all sides, no one seems to be aware of it. At any rate, no one sums it up, gives it outline and definition, or tackles its meaning and result. Tolstoy was pleased with the attacks on modern science contained in Civilization, Its Cause and Cure, wrote to me about it, and had the chapter printed in Russian with a preface by himself. But his point of view was that science, being a serious enemy to religion, anything which bombarded and crippled science would help to free religion. That was not my point of view. I do not regard science, or rather intellectualism, as the foe of religion, but more as a stage which has to be passed through on the way to a higher order of perception or consciousness, which might possibly be termed religion, only the word religion is too vague to be very applicable here. Another airy castle which is obviously fading away before our eyes is that of the "laws of morality." The whole structure of civilization morality is being rapidly undermined. The moral aspects of property, commerce, class relations, sex relations, marriage, patriotism, and so forth, are shifting like dissolving views. Nietzsche has scorched up the old Christian altruism. Bernard Shaw has burned the Decalogue. Yet in this country, and according to our custom, we jog along and pretend not to see what is happening. No body of people faces out the situation, or attempts to foretell its future. The Ethical Society professes to substitute ethics for religion as a basis of social life, yet never once has it informed us what it means by ethics. The law courts go mumbling on over ancient measures of right and wrong which the man in the street has long ago discarded. Much less has any group attempted to foreshadow the new morality and concatenate it onto the great root fact of existence. In my Defense of Criminals, a Criticism of Morality, one of the chapters in Civilization, Its Cause and Cure, I gave an outline and an indication of what was happening, and of the way out into the future, but that paper, as far as I know, has never been seriously discussed. Nevertheless, under the surface new ideas are forming, the lines of the coming life are spreading. The book Civilization, first published by Sonnenschein in 1889, has had a good circulation and been translated into many languages. Though somewhat hastily and crudely put together, yet owing to a certain elan about it, and probably largely owing to the fact that it gives expression to the main issues above mentioned, it has been well received. One idea which runs all through the book, namely that of there being three great stages of consciousness: the simple consciousness of the animal or of primitive man, the self-consciousness of the civilized or intellectual man, and the mass consciousness or cosmic consciousness of the coming man, is only roughly sketched there, but is developed more fully in the Art of Creation. It is, of course, deeply germane to Towards Democracy. And though we may not yet be in a position to define the conception very exactly, still it is quite evident, I think, that some such evolution into a further order of consciousness is the key to the future, and that many eons to come of human progress will be ruled by it. Dr. Richard Buck, by the publication in 1901 of his book Cosmic Consciousness, made a great contribution to the cause of humanity. The book was a bit casual, hurried, doctrinaire, unliterary, and so forth, but it brought together a mass of material and did the inestimable service of being the first to systematically consider and analyze the subject. Strangely, here again we find that his book, though always spreading and circulating about the world beneath the surface, has elicited no serious recognition or response from the accredited authorities, philosophers, psychologists, and so forth. And the subject with which it deals is in such circles practically ignored, though in comparatively unknown coteries it may be warmly discussed. So the world goes on, the real expanding vital forces being always beneath the surface and hidden as in a bud, while the accepted forms and conclusions are little more than a vari-colored husk waiting to be thrown off. Relating itself closely and logically with the idea, one, of the three stages of consciousness, is that, two, of the Berkeleyan view of matter, the idea that matter in itself is an illusion, being only a film between soul and soul, called matter when the film is opaque to the perceiving soul, but called mind when the latter sees through to the intelligence behind it. And these stages again relate logically to the idea, 3, of the universal or omnipresent self. The Art of Creation was written to give expression to these three ideas and the natural deductions from them. The doctrine of the universal self is obviously fundamental, and it is clear that once taken hold of and adopted, it must inevitably revolutionize all our views of morality, since current morality is founded on the separation of self from self, and must revolutionize too all our views of science. Such matters as the transmutation of chemical elements, the variation of biological species, the unity of health, the unity of disease, our views of political economy and psychology, production for use instead of for profit, communism, telepathy, the relation between psychology and physiology, and so forth, must take on quite a new complexion when the idea which lies at the root of them is seized. This idea must enable us to understand the continuity of man with the protozoa, the relation of the physiological centers on the one hand to the individual man, and on the other to the race from which he springs, the meaning of reincarnation, and the physical conditions of its occurrence. It must have eminently practical applications, as in the bringing of the races of the world together, the gradual evolution of a non-governmental form of society, the communalization of land and capital, the freeing of woman to equality with man, the extension of the monogamic marriage into some kind of group alliance, the restoration and full recognition of the heroic friendships of Greek and primitive times, and again in the sturdy simplification and debarrassment of daily life by the removal of those things which stand between us and nature, between ourselves and our fellows, by plain living, friendship with the animals, open-air habits, fruitarian food, and such degree of nudity as we can reasonably attain to. These mental and social changes and movements, and many others which are all around us waiting for recognition, will clearly, when they ripen, constitute a revolution in human life deeper and more far-reaching than any which we know of belonging to historical times. Even any one of them, worked out practically, would be fatal to most of our existing institutions. Together they would form a revolution so great that to call it a mere extension or outgrowth of civilization would be quite inadequate. Rather, we must look upon them as the preparation for a stage entirely different from and beyond civilization. To tackle these things in advance, to prepare for them, study them, understand them, is clearly, absolutely necessary. It is a duty which, however burked or ignored for a time, will soon be forced upon us by the march of events. And it is a duty which cannot effectively be fulfilled piecemeal, but only by regarding all these separate movements of the human mind and of society as part and parcel of one great underlying movement, one great new disclosure of the human soul. My little covey of books, dating from Towards Democracy, has been hatched mainly for the purpose of giving expression to these and other various questions which, raised in my mind by the writing of Towards Democracy, demanded clearer statement than they could find there. Towards Democracy came first, as a vision, so to speak, and a revelation, as a great body of feeling and intuition which I had to put into words as best I could. It carried with it, as a flood carries trees and rocks from the mountains where it originates, all sorts of assumptions and conclusions. Afterwards, for my own satisfaction as much as for the sake of others, I had to examine and define these assumptions and conclusions. That was the origin of my prose writings, most of them, of England's ideal, civilization, the art of creation, love's coming of age, the intermediate sex, the drama of love and death, angels' wings, non-governmental society, a visit to the Gnani, and so forth. They, like the questions they deal with, have led a curious underground life in the literary world, spreading widely as a matter of fact, yet not on the surface. Like old moles, they have worked away unseen and unobserved, yet in such a manner as to throw up heaps here and there, and in the most unlikely places, and bring back friends to me on all sides, lovely and beautiful friends, for whom I cannot sufficiently thank them. End of chapter 11. Part 1 of chapter 12 of My Days and Dreams by Edward Carpenter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Personalities, Section 1. It is curious that, with my somewhat antinomian tendencies, I should have gone to Trinity Hall, which was and is before all a law college, and should thus have been thrown into close touch with the legal element in life. As an undergraduate whose days were consumed in boating and mathematics, this was not noticeable. But it was not entirely after my heart when I became a fellow to find myself in a society which was almost wholly composed of barristers, and in after life to discover that my friends of early days had nearly all become eminent king's counsels and judges. Just before my entering Trinity Hall, an undergraduate of that college, Robert Romer, had become senior wrangler, and I really believe this had something to do with my selecting the college for myself. The Hall men were hugely delighted, as this distinction in the tripos had never come to the college before, and more so because Romer was a boating man and rowed in the first boat, and a myth grew up, possibly encouraged by the subject himself, and in order to show how easily a real boating man can do anything he turns himself to, that he passed his examinations by the light of nature and never needed to swat like an ordinary mortal. Others, however, said, and this was a more likely explanation, that he used to sit at his study table with a pot of beer and a sporting journal before him, while in the open drawer of the table lay his mathematical books and papers. When a knock came at the door, it was the simplest thing in the world to close the drawer and be found consuming his ale. After his degree he remained at Cambridge for a time as mathematical coach, but was by no means a success in that line. He could not sympathize with a learner's difficulties, and when a pupil came to him with a problem which he could not understand, Romer would say, "What? You can't understand that? You can't understand that? Then God help you, I can't." Naturally, he soon gave up teaching and took to the bar. After my degree, when we were fellows of the college together, I saw quite a little of him, a rough, muscular-brained, damn-your-eyes type of man, and, as may be imagined, quite ignorant of art and literature, but good-natured and healthy. Later, however, the sheer physical force of his mentality took him to the highest reaches of the legal profession, Lord Justice of Appeal, and he passed out of my sphere. Another senior wrangler whom I knew fairly well, as he headed the tripos in my own year, 1868, and who afterwards became Lord Justice in the Court of Patents, was J. Fletcher Moulton. He was one of those people who, without any great depth of intellect, or even of character, possessed an extraordinary rapidity of mind. His information was encyclopedic, and in examinations he threw off his papers with the airy ease of a tree throwing off its dead leaves in autumn, to the wonderment indeed both of examiners and fellow students. Yet I am not aware that he ever contributed anything very original in the study of mathematics or law, or in any other department of human thought. Great success in examinations does naturally not as a rule go with originality of thought. W. K. Clifford, who had undoubtedly one of the finest mathematical, scientific, and philosophical minds of the period of which I am speaking, was only second wrangler, and my friend Robert F. Muirhead, who as Smith's prizeman and later has contributed important papers on mathematical subjects, was nowhere to speak of in his tripos. One could hardly of course expect that originality and the pigeon-hole mind should go together. To return to our judges, that men like Romer and Moulton should attain the highest places in their profession is natural, but I confess I have been surprised, having known them so well in boating days, at the kind of men who are commonly made High Court or County Court judges. I will not mention names, ! But here is one, for instance, who was captain of the boat club in my time, a physically powerful but mentally quite muddle-headed person. Here is another whose forte was boxing. No harm in that, but one might have wished that he had other interests besides. A rather brutish and decidedly illiterate type. A third, whose constitution, both physical and mental, was feeble, but who had powerful relatives in the legal profession. All these were of the kind that have considerable difficulty in passing their elementary examinations, and there were many more of the same kind. Nevertheless, having once got their feet on the ladder, they have slowly and gradually, by family influence or sheer physical health, an important thing, climbed nearly to the top. No blame to them, certainly, but one cannot help asking, and I put the question especially to Labour MPs, are these the sort of men we really require for such posts? Let alone their want of bookish culture, which perhaps does not so much matter, we cannot but ask, what do men of this class, who have been brought up at a public school, who have worked hard at boating or cricket at the university, who afterwards have buried themselves in law chambers and the purlieus of the courts, and whose acquaintance with manual workers is pretty well confined to scouts and gyps and an occasional gamekeeper in the country, what do they know about the great mass people on whom they have to sit in judgment, about the habits and temperament and customs of life of the latter? And how on earth are they qualified to bring order and good sense and real sympathy and understanding into that most important branch of public life, the administration of the law? These are indeed questions to which serious answers will have to be given ere long. I have already mentioned Henry Fawcett, afterwards Postmaster General, who was a Fellow of Trinity Hall at the time of which I am speaking. The story of his blindness is well known. It was only just after his degree that he was out pheasant shooting with his father. In a rather thick covert the father fired at a bird, unknowing that his son was standing in the line of fire. 2 small shots struck the latter, one entering into each eye, a strange and fatal chance. It was the father, I think, who told me that as soon as Henry knew that he was permanently blinded, he said, "Well, it shan't make any difference in my plans of life." and certainly it made very little. As may be guessed from that, Fawcett was a man of outstanding pluck and vitality, a vitality which would have been almost overbearing if it had not been tempered by extreme good nature. And his force of character, combined with very democratic sympathies, enabled him, despite his blindness, to do valuable work in Parliament and in connection with the Post Office. The adoring gratitude of the father at the public success of the son, whom he had so badly crippled, was most touching, and he would follow his son about the country and attend his public meetings for the mere pleasure of witnessing his success. As Fawcett was member for Brighton, and my father lent his support to his candidature, he and Mrs. Fawcett used frequently to dine with us at Brunswick Square, and I saw a good deal of them both at Brighton and at Cambridge. Fawcett's pluck and vitality were, however, sometimes a trial to his friends. I have a rather too vivid recollection of riding with him over the Brighton Downs or along the green lanes of Cambridgeshire. "Carpenter," he would say, "this is a nice piece of grass, isn't it? Let's have a canter." Then he would set off at an amazing rate, and I would have to keep close alongside of him, with a sharp lookout and warning for unexpected ditches and stone heaps, and in momentary fear of a headlong fall, which for a man of his weight would have been a terrible thing. Or he would insist on my coming to skate with him in winter on the Came. He would go 5 or 6 miles down the river and back, he holding one end of a stick and I the other. That was all very well if the ice was sound, but everyone knows what river ice is, and I have often skated with him when I, being a lightweight, passed over easily, while he, holding on to the stick and a pace or two behind, was cracking through at every other step. The prospect of having to fish a public man, weighty in every sense, out of a flowing river was certainly not pleasant. However, I am happy to say that I was not present with him at any disaster, except once. That was at a public meeting where he was speaking at Brighton. I was on the platform. A stone was thrown by someone at the back of the hall, which struck him on the forehead, causing blood to flow. Great sensation ensued. For a moment he felt a little faint and relapsed into a chair. Ladies rushed up on all sides with smelling salts. However, in a few minutes he was all right, and resumed his speech. Afterwards he said to me, "I didn't mind the stone, but those scent bottles made me sick." So it will be seen that he and I had points in common. Since his death Mrs. Fawcett and I have still met not unfrequently, generally perhaps as joint speakers on some woman's suffrage platform. Charles Wentworth Dilke was a Hall man. He had just taken his degree when I arrived as a freshman, but he stayed up in college for a year or so more on account of some law examination or other. He never became a fellow, but was an enthusiastic lover of his college, and was always very good to us undergraduates. I remember breakfasting with him at his rooms, and his showing me, penciled on his door jamb, the record of his hours of work day by day for the last year or so, 70 hours per week, as regular as clockwork. He was then and afterwards always an amazing worker. His room even in those youthful days pigeonholed all over with notes and documents. He was also a man with a high sense of chivalry and honour, and I have no doubt that the contretemps which threw him for a time out of public life, and which his chivalry forbade him to explain, weighed pretty heavily on him. His love of facts and statistics, so conspicuous throughout his political life, was shared by his brother Asheton, and it used to be said that the two brothers never enjoyed themselves more thoroughly than when sitting knee to knee they spent an hour or so in imparting facts to each other. Another politician of my time, though a little younger than myself, was Augustin Birrell. Even in those days he was chiefly known for his quaint humours and jokes, though the term Birrelling had not then been adopted. But being, as an undergraduate, somewhat interested in politics, and not at all interested in rowing, he did not bulk largely in the eyes of his contemporaries, and I fear was a little neglected. In a late letter to me he chaffs me in his own native style on my academic and clerical past, saying, "I have the most vivid recollection of you as junior tutor. The marvellous neatness of your now discarded white tie lives especially in my untidy mind." Socialism and Millthorpe, I need hardly say, swept me out of these academic and semi-political surroundings into a different world, the world of a new society which was arising and forming within the structure of the old. William Morris represented this new society more effectively and vitally than anyone else of that period, because away and beyond the scientific forecast he gave expression to the emotional presentment and ideal of a sensible, free, human brotherhood, as in John Ball or News from Nowhere. His sturdy, brusque, sea captain-like figure, with his fine outlined face and tossing hair, his forcible, unpolished speech, yet all so direct, sincere, enthusiastic, brought inspiration and confidence wherever he went. And for a time, as I have already said, there was a widespread belief that the Socialist League was going to knit up all the United Kingdom in one bond of new life. Having set the Sheffield Socialists going in 1886, he came one day not long after to speak at Chesterfield, and stayed at Millthorpe a night or two. I remember his arriving from the train with Jeffrey's book After London in his hands, which had just come out. The book delighted him with its prophecy of an utterly ruined and deserted London, gone down in swamps and malaria, with brambles and weeds spreading through slum streets and fashionable squares, and pet dogs reverting to wolfish and carrion hunting lives. And he read page after page of it to us with glee that evening as we sat round the fire. He hated modern civilization, and London as its representative with a fierce hatred, its shams, its hypocrisies, its stuffy indoor life, its cheap-jack style, its mean and mongrel ideals, with a hatred indeed which I cannot but think thousands and hundreds of thousands following him will one day share. Once he said to me, talking about his own life, "I have spent, I know, a vast amount of time designing furniture and wallpapers, carpets and curtains, but after all I am inclined to think that sort of thing is mostly rubbish, and I would prefer for my part to live with the plainest whitewashed walls and wooden chairs and tables." He certainly was no drawing-room sort of man. His immense energy did not run to small talk. As a rule, in conversation, seized by his subject and oblivious of the arguments of others, he would jump from his chair and stride up and down the room in ardent monologue, condemning the present, or picturing the future or the past. I once asked his daughter, May, what he did in the way of recreation. "My father never takes any recreation," she said. "He merely changes his work." And so it was. When he had been toiling at Merton Abbey all day, and preaching socialism at a street corner all the evening, then at night Sick of the ugly life around him, he would come home and dream himself away into the 14th century, and for his recreation produce a masterpiece like John Ball. Be it said, nevertheless, that he did sometimes relax, and that when in the humour no one enjoyed a pipe and a glass and the jovial company of friends and telling of good stories more than William Morris. He certainly did not like anything resembling sentimentality. A friend tells me that he used to recite the following stanza, apparently delighting in its quaintness, but whether Morris composed it himself or had found it elsewhere he does not know. I sits with my feet in a brook, and if any one asks me for why, I hits him a crack with my crook, for its sentiment kills me, says I. Among those who came from time to time to speak for our socialist group in Sheffield, or to stay at our Commonwealth Cafe, were, besides William Morris, two notable personalities, Peter Kropotkin and Annie Besant. Their work and influence, both worldwide, the one in the anarchist and the other in the theosophist field, have been really important. Though never myself strictly identified with either of these movements, I have been in touch with them, and consequently in more or less friendly relation with their two leading spirits during a long period, nearly 30 years. Both characters are certainly remarkable for their vigour, their sincerity, their ability and devotion. Kropotkin at the age of 70, and after 50 years of passionate conflict with government and authority, still retains his sunny and almost childlike temperament, and still believes in the speedy oncoming of an age of perfectly voluntary and harmonious cooperation in the human race. Indeed, it is mainly due to him that this magnificent dream has spread so far and wide over the world, and has done so much as it has towards its own realization. The dramatic circumstances, too, of Kropotkin's own life have greatly helped: his early escapes from prison and from death, his abandonment of a princely inheritance to become the companion and fellow prisoner of criminals and outcasts, his later life spent in poverty and among obscure circles of enthusiasts. These things, combined with encyclopedic knowledge and high scientific reputation, have compelled attention and respect. As is the case of many ardent social reformers, and certainly in the case of most notorious anarchists, there is a charming naivete about Kropotkin. It is so easy, if you believe that all human evil is summed up in the one fatal word government, or it may be that the word is white slave traffic, or war, or drink, or anything else, to order your life and your theories accordingly. Everything is explained by its relation to one thing. It is easy, but it is misleading. And Kropotkin's writings, despite their erudition, suffer from this naivete. Whether it be history, his French Revolution, or natural history, his Mutual Aid, or economic theory, his Paroles d'une Revolte, the reader finds one solution for everything, and the countervailing facts and principles consistently, though certainly not intentionally, ignored. This detracts from the value of his writings, though in justice it should be said that the principles on which Kropotkin so vigorously insists, that is, individual liberty and free association, are of foundational importance. In a country like Russia, obsessed by authority and officialism, it is not unnatural that its reformers, such as Tolstoy and Kropotkin, should be almost over-conscious of the governmental evil. and this fact rather encourages the hope that Russia may one day after all be the leader in the great European reaction towards a freer and more voluntary state of society. End of part 1 of chapter 12. Part 2 of chapter 12 of My Days and Dreams by Edward Carpenter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The naivete of the social reformer explains too the common fact that the anarchist, who is in theory thirsting for the blood of kings, and occasionally perhaps capable of perpetrating a deed of violence himself, is generally, like Kropotkin, the gentlest and mildest of men, who would not hurt a fly. It is only such men, having the love of humanity in their hearts, who are able to believe in the speedy realization of an era of universal goodwill. And again, it is only such men, being innocent enough to believe that the only impediment to the realization of this era is a certain wicked person in authority, who can spur themselves on to the bloody dispatch of such a person. If the career of Kropotkin has been romantically varied in one way, that of Mrs. Besant has been equally so in another. To begin as a curate's wife, with a vivid strain of religious devotion, to break away into broad churchism, and then into boundless disbelief, to become an ardent secularist, companion of Bradlaugh, and propagandist of anti-population doctrines, to suffer persecution, and to be sentenced to months of imprisonment, to espouse the cause of socialism, and do battle in the ranks of labor, to float into the haven of theosophy, and be made the mouthpiece of invisible Mahatmas and of the by no means invisible Madame Blavatsky, and finally to complete this quaint circle by becoming the high priestess of a religious movement and the guardian of the herald of the coming Christ. Such a career ought to satisfy the most picturesque ambition. Yet it would be unfair to doubt Annie Besant's sincerity. Having known her so long as I have, I feel sure that she has been urged onward from point to point by a perfectly genuine mental evolution, largely directed no doubt at each turn of the road by some dominant mind whom she has met, and largely colored by that naivete of which we have already spoken, a naivete indeed which has made it possible for her to take herself very seriously and to fulfill her adopted role always with a strong sense of duty and a comparatively weak perception of the humor of the situation. From the hour when alone in the pulpit of her husband's church Annie Besant discovered her own great oratorical gift, her future career, one may say, was decided. With an excellent capacity for logical and clear statement, she became the exponent in succession of large and important blocks of modern thought. She helped to batter down the ruins and remains of the stupefied old Anglican Church. She gave the general mind a wholesome shock on the Malthusian question. She dotted out clearly the main lines of the socialist movement. She formed a new channel for religious thought by making the words karma and reincarnation familiar, and she sought to bring the Western public into touch with the great age-long ideas and inspirations of the old Indian sages. In all these ways she has done splendid work, and helped vastly in the construction of that great 20th century bridge which will in its due time lead us into another world. Only in the last item, her touch upon the ideas and inspirations of the ancient East, does she seem to me, curiously enough, to have failed. With all her enthusiasm for the subject, Mrs. Besant does not appear to have the intuitive perception, the mystic quality of mind which should enable her to reach the very heart of the old Vedantic teaching. Her intellect, clear and systematic in its structure, has little of the poetic or original or inspirational in its composition, and it may be doubted whether it has ever quite fathomed the religious writings with which it has been so much occupied. Anyhow, Mrs. Besant's own writings on these subjects are, unlike her general lectures, dull to a degree. She analyzes the composition of the human personality, or the order of general creation, or the various life rounds of our mortal race, but in all she seems to be repeating or corroborating some pre-established formula, never to be describing something which she has herself perceived. System and formula prevail, unseen "authorities" are hinted at, the pages bristle with Sanskrit jargon, but no living or creative idea moves among them, and the reader rises from their perusal void of inspiration or of any really vital impulse towards new fields of thought and life. Nevertheless, taking it all in all, and especially in her expositions of socialism and theosophy, Mrs. Besant has done, as I have said, a great work, and one cannot sufficiently admire the courage with which she has carried it through, as well as her kindliness and helpfulness towards others, and in later years her own inner mental calm, contrasting with the somewhat restless bitterness of an earlier time. In 1884 or so, the founding of the New Fellowship in London, from which afterwards the Fabian Society sprang, brought me into touch with Havelock Ellis and Olive Schreiner. As I think I have already said, Ellis discovered in the proverbial penny box of a second-hand publisher, and soon after its publication, the little first edition of my Towards Democracy, and rescuing it, wrote to me. Thus began my friendship with him, and afterwards with the authoress of the Story of an African Farm. A prophet is seldom acclaimed in his own country, and the work which Ellis has done in that most important field of sexual psychology is even yet by no means recognized in England as it ought to be, even though the subject is becoming extremely "actual" here in the present day, and though elsewhere over the world his pioneer work is most honorably received and respected. The 6 massive volumes of his Studies in the Psychology of Sex form a masterpiece of large-minded and yet extremely detailed observation and generalization, and provide a survey of the most impartial character over this vast realm, and such as can be obtained nowhere else. For though the Germans have written extensively in this field, their books, more Teutonico, are generally overladen with detail, huge jungles through which it is difficult to find one's way. Ellis combines with the Englishman's perspicacity and love of order a remarkable erudition and command of particulars. And at the present juncture, when the world is waking up to the absolute necessity of a reasonable understanding and frank recognition of sex things, the appearance of his book may almost be characterized as providential. This quality may indeed be suspected in the fact that the author began making notes for his magnum opus at a very early age, driven thereto by some sort of instinct, nor finished his work till he was about 50. I know of few things in literature more touching than the postscript to his last volume, the Nunc Dimittis after some 30 years of toil. "It was perhaps fortunate for my peace that I failed at the outset to foresee all the perils that beset my path. I knew indeed that those who investigate sincerely and intimately any subject which men are accustomed to pass by on the other side lay themselves open to misunderstanding and even obloquy. But I supposed that a secluded student who approached vital social problems with precaution, making no direct appeal to the general public, but only to the public's teachers, and who wrapped up the result of his inquiries in technically written volumes open to few, I supposed that such a student was at all events secure from any gross form of attack on the part of the police or the government under whose protection he imagined that he lived. That proved to be a mistake. When only one volume of these studies had been written and published in England, a prosecution, instigated by the government, put an end to the sale of that volume in England, and led me to resolve that the subsequent volumes should not be published in my own country. I do not complain. I am grateful for the early and generous sympathy with which my work was received in Germany and the United States, and I recognize that it has had a wider circulation, both in English and the other chief languages of the world, than would have been possible by the modest method of issue which the government of my own country induced me to abandon. Nor has the effort to crush my work resulted in any change in that work by so much as a single word. With help or without it, I have followed my own path to the end. He who follows in the steps of nature after a law that was not made by man and is above and beyond man has time as well as eternity on his side, and can afford to be both patient and fearless. Men die, but the ideas they seek to kill live. Our books may be thrown to the flames, but in the next generation those flames become human souls." End quote. The personality of Havelock Ellis is that of a student, thoughtful, preoccupied, bookish, deliberate. Yet unlike most students, he has a sort of grand air of nature about him, a fine free head and figure as of some great god Pan, with distant relations among the satyrs. Those early meetings of the New Fellowship were full of hopeful enthusiasms, life simplified, a humane diet and a rational dress, manual labor, democratic ideals, communal institutions. Indeed, one or two little practical efforts towards colony groups were at that time made. Herbert Ricks, W. J. Jupp, Percival Chubb, Edith Lees (afterwards Mrs. Ellis), Mrs. Hinton, widow of James Hinton, Carolyn Haddon, Ernest Rhys were among the early members. Edith Lees was one of the most active and vigorous of this group. She helped to organize and to carry on for some time a joint dwelling or cooperative boarding house near Mecklenburg Square, where 8 or 10 members of the fellowship dwelt in a kind of communistic utopia. Naturally, the arrangement gave rise to some rather amusing and some almost tragic episodes, which she has recorded for us in a little story entitled Attainment. After her marriage she took a farm near St. Ives in Cornwall, which became a helpful retreat for her husband as well as herself from the strenuousness of London life. With her extraordinary energy and directness she plunged into and soon mastered all the details of cattle and pig breeding and farming, and I shall never forget the impression she produced on one occasion when staying with me at Millthorpe, when we took her round to the public house in the evening. The delight and amazement of the farm men at finding someone more or less resembling a lady, who really understood and would talk freely about such things, and her at-homeness among the company, were most refreshing. They were fascinated by the directness of her intense blue eyes, her sturdy figure, her vigorous gestures, and the evident equality of her comradeship with them. And to this day they not unfrequently ask us, "When is that little lady coming again, with that curly hair like a lad's, and them blue eyes, what talked about pigs and cows?" I shall never forget her. Edith Ellis not only became a help to her husband in his literary work, but herself spoke and wrote on subjects of eugenics and sex psychology. Of late years she has made a considerable study of James Hinton, and has done me the honour to associate my name with his and with Nietzsche's in a little book entitled Three Modern Seers. One evening as we sat round a table in Rix's rooms at Burlington House, I saw a charming girl face of riant Italian type smiling across to me. It was Olive Schreiner. She had arrived from South Africa only a few months before, had published her African Farm, and though only 21 or 22 years of age, was already famous as its authoress. Juvenile in some ways as that book was, somewhat incoherent and disjointed in structure, written by a mere girl of 18 or 19, and with a title which gave no idea of its real content, yet its intensity was such that it seized almost at once on the public mind. The African sun was in its veins, fire and sweetness, intense love of beauty, fierce rebellion against the things that be, passion and pity, and the pride of Lucifer combined. These things too Olive Schreiner's face and figure revealed, a wonderful beauty and vivacity, a lightning quick mind, fine eyes, a resolute yet mobile mouth, a determined little square-set body. It was right, since alliances are so often knit by contrast, that she and Havelock Ellis should have become friends and maintained a close correspondence with each other for over 30 years, and it was a privilege to me to share in the friendship of them both. Naturally, with such gifts of body and mind, the arrival of the authoress of the African Farm excited almost a furor of interest. Quite a procession of the young literary men of the day arrived in hansom cabs at the door of her Bloomsbury lodgings to pay their homage to the new genius, and Olive herself often told me, with considerable amusement, of the dismay and severe disapproval of more than one of her landladies, who certainly were not inclined to believe that mere literary talent could cause so much attraction. Anyhow, at that time of day, before the suffragette had arrived, and when ladies took the greatest care to brindle in their chins and speak in mincing accents, a young and pretty woman of apparently ladylike origin, who did not wear a veil and seldom wore gloves, and who talked and laughed even in the streets quite naturally and unaffectedly, was an unclassifiable phenomenon, and laid herself open to the gravest suspicions. We may congratulate ourselves that the pioneer women of today have made a return to some of these inhumanities of the Victorian era impossible. During that Bloomsbury period and afterwards I saw Olive Schreiner fairly frequently, that is, when she was in England or Europe. I saw her in Paris early in '87, and at Todmorden and Whitby later in the same year, also at Alassio, where she stayed for 2 or 3 months in '88. Those 2 years, '87 and '88, were a period of considerable suffering for her. In 1893 she was in England again, and spent 3 months during the summer in a little cottage in my valley. After '93, what with her marriage to S. C. Cronwright, and what with the outbreak of the Boer War, and all the tragedies attendant upon that, she did not come to England for a long period, and it was on the last day of 1913 that I saw her again, after a 20 years' absence. Her father was a German Free Church missionary, and of the most tender, self-forgetful type, the original, doubtless, of the German overseer in the African farm. Olive herself has often told me how he would give away his last coin to anyone he deemed to be in need. His wife would say to him, "John, where is that best Sunday coat of yours?" And he would say, "Is it not upstairs in the chest, as usual?" "No, John, I have been looking for it everywhere." "How very strange," was the reply. "Now, John, I believe you have given it away." "No, surely, my dear, I could not have given that away. At least I think not." "John, now tell me true. Did you not give it to that tramp that came yesterday?" "Well, my dear, now you mention it, I think I may have done so." "It is just possible you are right, but I am sure I hardly remember." "Oh, John, John, you are indeed incorrigible." That was the picture of her father, soft, pitiful, and dreamy. The mother, Rebecca Lindahl by her maiden name, was of English descent, keen, intellectual, fine-featured, and somewhat self-willed. The two types were combined in their daughter, and she again, in writing her novel, divided them up. Waldo represented one side of her own character, Lindahl the other. Perhaps there was a tragic element in the combination of two such different hereditary strains in the one person. Perhaps there were other causes. Certain it is that beneath the mobile and almost merry-seeming exterior of Olive Schreiner there ran a vein of intense determination, and that this again was crossed and countered by an ineradicable pessimism. The story of an African farm, despite its magical and beautiful pictures, is painful to read, and the same may be said of her other books. They realize and force the reader to realize almost too keenly the pain and evil of the world, too keenly, I mean, for truth and fact. Yet what is fact but what we feel? And if Olive Schreiner feels things so, so far her presentment is true. I have seen her shake her little fist at the Lord in heaven and curse him down from his throne with a vibrating force and intensity which surely must have been felt, and surely also with healthy result, in the highest circles. A lady who had spent 40 years of her life working in the mission schools of South Africa once said to me, and this was quite in her old age when she was nearing 80, "Ah," she said, "the Kaffirs are the finest people on earth. You English think a lot about yourselves, but I tell you, you are not to be compared with the Kaffirs." Olive Schreiner was born in Basuto land. She grew up and spent her early life among the natives, and in many ways her verdict was the same as that just quoted. She loved the dark folk and their land, and she has never ceased to love them. It has been one of the tragedies of her life that she has been compelled to stand by and witness the crushing of this free and fine-souled people beneath the sordid heel of Western commercialism, or let us say the attempted crushing, for indeed, thank heaven, the process is not yet complete. It has been her agony to see them at every moment cajoled and betrayed of their lands, broken with labor in the mines, deceived with drink, and mowed down with machine guns, and all this by the very Christian race that ought to have lent them a helping hand, and to have been able to do so little, as it would seem to her, for their salvation. But even though it would seem little, the fact that one woman in South Africa has thus prophet-like stood up and much of the time singly opposed roads, and the shoddy imperialism of which he was the mouthpiece has had an influence, deep and wide-reaching, and such as will be felt far down the years. Another thing that has formed almost a tragedy in Olive Schreiner's life has been her dedication to the cause of women. No one can read her Three Dreams in a Desert or her Woman and Labor without feeling how, in the consciousness of the sufferings of woman, the iron has entered into her soul. If she had only been content, like some of the wilder spirits of the movement, to unload on men the vials of her wrath, and to saddle on mankind alone the responsibility for these sufferings, her strain in the cause would have had more of the delight of battle in it. But she was too large-minded not to see that if there is to be any blame in such a matter, the blame must be accepted by woman herself just as much as by man. The two sexes are joined together, and if man has been unworthy, has it not been because woman, his mother, has made him so? If woman has played the parasite, has that not resulted in her injuring man? Olive Schreiner's perception of the slow, inevitable strain and suffering inseparable from evolution itself in this matter of the emancipation of women has had a complexion of tragedy in it. She has seen her dearest friends, like Constance Lytton and others, crippled and broken for life by their heroic struggles and undaunted resolution in the face of prison horrors, and yet she has felt that the evil lay deeper than any accusation against men taken by itself could explain, or any mere reform of the suffrage could mend. It is curious how South Africa, to those who know the country well, carries with it a fascination and an attraction which time and again draws them back to its soil. A friend of mine who lived for some years around Lake Nyassa told me that after his return to England he frequently dreamt at night of all that wild region and its primitive animal life. On more than one occasion he dreamed that he was wrecked at sea and swam desperately to the African coast, if only he might die as it were in the arms of his beloved. Or he would make an imaginary pilgrimage from London to the very shores of the lake, and there in a kind of ecstasy would take the water up in his palms and wash it over his face and head, only to wake up and find his features wet with his own tears. This was Henry B. Cotterill, a schoolfellow of mine at the Brighton College, where indeed his father was headmaster. About the time 1875 or so, when I was lecturing astronomy at Leeds, Livingstone's book came out exposing the horrors of the black slave traffic around Lakes Tanganyika and Nyassa, a region at that time entirely, except by Livingstone himself, unexplored by white men. The book bit deeply into Cotterill's heart and soul. It said that the only cure for the Mohammedan or Arabian trade in slaves would be the introduction of a trade by white men in the legitimate articles of commerce, and from that moment Cotterill could not rest, goaded on by the thought that he must undertake this work. At the time he was acting as an assistant master at Harrow School. He started lecturing there and at other places round the country on the subject. He collected a fund. The Harrow boys and masters gave him a steel launch or cutter which could be taken up country in sections and screwed together. He came to Leeds and spoke there, as well as at places like Edinburgh, Manchester, Liverpool. The fund grew, and I remember going with him to some African warehouse in London City, where he bought bales of cotton cloth and hundredweights of beads, and quantities of scarlet shell jackets, especially coveted by African chieftains as their sole garment, for purposes of barter up country. Thus off his own bat, as it were, he got up this strange mission, and leaving Harrow and pedagogy behind, embarked on a career of considerable adventure and danger. The mission succeeded, ordinary traders followed in his footsteps, and within a few years the slave trade engineered by Moors and Arabs died out in the land. It was followed, it is true, by the almost equal horrors of that commercial civilization which has since been introduced by Europeans. But I suppose one must be thankful in the slow and age-long evolution of human affairs for even one small step towards better things. At a later time Cotterill returned to England, but unable, like many another traveller and lover of the wild, to endure the smug Philistinism of British life, he ultimately settled on the Continent, or rather led a somewhat roving life there, chiefly in France, Germany, and Italy, supporting himself and a small family by the not too lucrative pursuits of literature and the teaching of languages. He has written and edited many books, to which his encyclopedic knowledge and command of 6 or 7 languages have contributed, but undoubtedly his great and monumental work has been the translation of the Odyssey of Homer complete into English hexameters. Daring is the man who ventures on that exceedingly boggy ground of the English hexameter, and many are those who have gone under and been gulfed in the attempt. By lightness and speed of movement only can one keep going, but in those qualities so characteristic of the Greek, this translation is supremely successful. Its verbal fidelity is amazing. Its presentation of the old warrior and tribal life, made possible, as he himself says, by his intimate knowledge of African customs, is such as no armchair scholar could attain to, and the result is a gift to the whole English-speaking world, a rendering of the immortal classic that one may read with unflagging joy and zest from cover to cover. End of chapter 12. Part 1 of chapter 13 of My Days and Dreams by Edward Carpenter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 13, Personalities, Section 2. The part that Olive Schreiner played in trying to avert the Boer War, and to expose the scoundrelly commercial machinations which led to it, is well known. Curiously enough, while England was being worked up by a lying press into a fury of indignation against President Kruger, I knew already early in 1899 about the real state of affairs and the plot of the financiers to force on a reckless and selfish war, not only from Olive Schreiner herself, but from a man who came at that time to Millthorpe from Johannesburg. This was Lyle March Phillips, who afterwards wrote with Remington and other books about the war. He was a young man of about 30, who, after an upper-class education on the usual lines, had had the good sense to go abroad and see a little of the world for himself, had drifted out to South Africa, and had actually worked in the mines and shared the life of the miners. Disgusted with what he saw of the Bite and Joel and Rhodes and Barney Barnato gang, their meanness to their employees, their slanders against Kruger, their nonsense lies about British women and children, and foreseeing the inevitable conflict, he hurried home, thinking doubtless also that he might do something to make the actual truth known in England. For some reason not very clear to me, As we had had no previous communication, he came straight to Millthorpe, and walking in one afternoon, sat a long time telling me all about the affair. I saw at once that his errand was authentic, and that he knew what he was talking about, and from that time did my best in my small way, at public meetings and lectures, to get the matter seen in its true light, and to check the rising war tide. All of no use, of course. The gulled, sentimental, sloppy British public poured itself out in a torrent of rubbish, as a broken reservoir might pour through the slums and alleys of a manufacturing town, and it was hopeless even to protest. It is one of the saddest things to find how easily the great majority of a nation may be caught and swept away by some trumped-up catchword, often of the most flimsy character. I wrote a warning leaflet entitled Boer and Britain, and circulated some 20,000 copies of it. I spoke with L. H. Courtney, now Lord Courtney, and others at a public meeting at Bradford, and at various other meetings. Mr. W. T. Stead did his best to warn the nation as to what was happening. Cronwright Schreiner came over from the Cape, and later H. W. Nevison also, in a crusade through England and Scotland. To no purpose. They only got mobbed and insulted for their pains. Finally, March Phillips, anxious to see at close quarters all that was going on, and unable to get a billet as a war correspondent, went out again and joined Remington's Scouts, and after the war was over, returning to Millthorpe and taking a cottage there, remained near us a good part of the summer, and wrote his very graphic and interesting account of the campaign as witnessed and taken part in by him. It was at an early period of the socialist movement, in 1884 I think, that I first came across Henry Salt and his gifted life companion and wife, and it is to their initiative that I owe the gain of a close and long enduring friendship. Salt and his brother-in-law, J. L. Jones, were two young Eton masters who had in their time become collegers and scholars of Eton, and afterwards graduates of King's College, Cambridge. Carried along on the rising tide of socialism, they both, much to their credit, broke away from the highly respectable traditions of these foundations. Henry George of land tax fame was in the country, and Jones actually associated himself with George, and went with him in 1881 or 82 on a propagandist campaign to Ireland. This might well have passed unobserved at Eton, had it not happened that at some obscure place he and George were both temporarily arrested and had to spend the night under lock and key. The notoriety this gave to Jones was fatal to his career, and he had to resign his mastership. Henry Salt and his wife about the same time gave almost worse offense. They adopted vegetarianism, a thing almost unheard of at Eton, except in the dubious connection of Shelley. They revolted in their personal habits from the luxury and indulgence of the life there, and they protested against the coursing of hares and other inhumanities favored by both boys and masters. It soon became clear to them that they could not remain in surroundings so uncongenial, and that they too would have to sacrifice a professional career and comparative affluence for the greater blessings of liberty and a simple living. And it was at the time that they were revolving their schemes of liberation and of migration into other spheres of life that I came, through Jim Jones, to know them. Jones and his sister were singularly unlike externally, yet singularly alike in the depths of their hearts and in their devotion to each other. Both were tall and long-limbed, she dark, raven-haired, with large eyes and sensitive, somewhat sad, Dante-like profile. He red-haired, with high complexion, small bluish eyes, heavy features. She was intensely emotional, too emotional, but, as such people often are, highly musical, and her literary gift was certainly one of the most remarkable I have known, though unfortunately, except in her letters, rarely utilized. He was intensely logical, concentrated, determined, though underneath ran a strong current of poetic feeling, as witness his little book of excellent verses, On Lonely Shores (1892). Both of them did good work in connection with the socialist and labor movement, he more especially by lecturing and writing for the Social Democratic Federation and other such organizations, and she rather more by personal sympathy and helpful friendship toward the rank and file of the workers. Both of them were devoted lovers of nature and of a natural, plain way of life, and their devotion to each other only ended with his too early death in 1893. These two and Henry Salt were among the pioneers in the early '80s of the great socialist and humanitarian and nature movements which are destined to play such an important part in the new democracy. Henry Salt's work in founding the Humanitarian League in 1891 and presiding over its various activities have been so really extensive and far-reaching that it is difficult to estimate, the more so because, unlike so many leaders of movements, he has always kept his own name consistently in the background. As a matter of fact, he has not only been the main originator of the important work done, but has been the guiding hand and inspirer of the many committees which have had to be formed in order to deal with the various subjects, with vivisection, blood sports, murderous millinery, reform of the prisons, the game laws, slaughterhouse reform, corporal punishment, diet reform, rights of native races, and so forth. Besides this, the long list of his publications on Shelley, on James Thomson, B.V., on H.D. Thoreau, Richard Jefferies, Lucretius, etc., shows the trend of his mind and his liberating influence in the matters of religion and social freedom, and a large-minded nature study. At one time he and I composed jointly a church service for the use of the respectable classes, which I am afraid, however, has never yet been properly published. It consisted of a preface, in the manner of our prayer book preface of 1661, of a sort of Athanasian creed on the trinity of land, capital, and interest, called the Creed of St. Avaricius, of a litany on the lines of salvation through dividends and social advancement, and a final processional hymn. Of this last, as it has already been printed among some of Salt's verses, the first two stanzas may here be given. Respectables are we, and you presently will see why we confidently claim to be respected. In well-ordered homes we dwell, and discharge our duties well, well-dressed, well-fed, well-mannered, well-connected. We have heard the common cant about poverty and want, and all that is distressing and unhealthy. Some cases may be sad, but the system can't be bad, which affords such satisfaction to the wealthy, and so on. On one occasion a boy brought to Mrs. Salt a young rook which had been hurt, so he said, by falling out of its nest, and as she and her husband had been staying with us, the bird became for some time an inmate of our establishment. But though it became familiar, as was natural, with us, and would fly in and out of the door or window, and perch on hand or head quite freely, its devotion to Mrs. Salt was something almost uncanny. Indoors or outdoors it would be with her, and if she went into town for a few hours, or anywhere that she could not take the bird, she had to escape by ruse, or by simply caging the creature first. When she sat on the lawn it would delight to play and dance around, and to pick daisies with its beak and place them in her lap, or bright and shining pebbles from the gravel walk. Anything more like an engaging human child it would be hard to imagine. And it certainly seemed to know by some intuition of her return after absence along the road, and if caged would become very restless, or if free would fly to meet her. Once, after a long absence, when she appeared once more, in the midst, as it happened, of a small crowd of people, the bird, with a loud cry, suddenly flew down from a tall tree and alighted forthwith upon her shoulder, much to the astonishment of the onlookers. Later, and after some months of this kind of life, the bird one day disappeared, nor could we ever find out what had happened to it, whether an accident or the mere call of the wild back to Rookland. It was seen no more, alive or dead, and one human heart at any rate felt the loss very deeply. I have mentioned 1881 as the year in which Towards Democracy "came to me," and insisted on being given form and expression. It is curious that the same year, or 1882, saw the inception of a number of new movements or enterprises tending toward the establishment of mystical ideas and a new social order. Mother Shipton's prophecy, with its strange prognostication of mechanically propelled cars and flying machines, ended up with the words, "And the world to an end shall come," in 1881. The world did not come to an end, but in a certain sense a new one began, and just in those 2 years quite a number of societies were started with objects of the kind indicated: Hyndman's Democratic Federation, Edmund Gurney's Society for Psychical Research, Madame Blavatsky's Theosophical Society, the Vegetarian Society, the Anti-Vivisection Movement, and many other associations of the same kind marked the coming of a great reaction from the smug commercialism and materialism of the mid-Victorian epoch, and a preparation for the new universe of the 20th century. Amongst these was one which especially claimed to fulfill the prophecies of Mother Shipton, and to be the herald of a new age. This was the Hermetic Society. It consisted practically of 2 people, Edward Maitland and Anna Kingsford, for though there was a nominal membership, I think it may be said that the other members had little or no voice in it, and its idea was to read into the stories of Jesus and of Moses and Abraham and so forth their inner significations, to interpret in fact much of the New and Old Testaments not as historical matter, but rather as eternal truths, allegories, and emblems of the drama of each human soul. Thus the miraculous birth of Jesus, his exile in Egypt, his temptation in the wilderness, his toils and sufferings, his betrayal, crucifixion, resurrection, and ascension were not external histories of a certain man, but inner histories of you and me and all mankind. This method of interpreting the myths of past days, which we now in the 20th century so well understand, and which explains for us the origin of a vast number of legends, and at the same time accounts for their popularity, was in 1881, except for some few previous hints by Swedenborg and others, quite unrecognized. And we owe much to Edward Maitland and Anna Kingsford that they gave it, as well as some valuable collateral matter, to the world. Of course they did not fully recognize, though they did in part, how much of the story of Jesus, for instance, is pure legendary and mythical. But even if they had known it to be entirely legendary, that would not probably have greatly altered their views, though it would certainly have deprived their gospel of the supernatural halo with which they delighted to invest it. It was this affectation, if I may use the term, of a supernatural mission which rather spoilt the work of these two well-meaning people, as it has spoiled, alas, the work of so many prophets and teachers in the past. To the egotism of the human being there is no end, and if such an one can only persuade others that he has some supernatural source of knowledge and power, or persuade himself or herself of the same, there is no limit to the devilry or folly into which he will plunge, as witness the history of the priesthood all down the centuries. In the case of Anna Kingsford and Edward Maitland, it was not devilry which was the trouble, but the other thing. Having reached a certain insight or intuition, or whatever you may call it, into the inner meanings of life, they both became so inflated with heavenly conceit over their discovery that they really grew quite foolish and intolerable. As it happened, I had known Maitland since I was a boy. When I was 18 or 20 years of age, he, a grown man, and known to the literary world as the author of The Pilgrim and the Shrine, used sometimes to come to my father's house at Brighton. He was an interesting talker, and well up in literature and science, and always keen on some new idea or discovery, but even then somewhat egotistically absorbed in his own thoughts and conversation. When he met the lady, however, who became his great life inspiration, it must be said that he submerged all his own claims to prophetic gifts in a whole-hearted recognition of hers. He laid his soul at her feet. Anna Kingsford was certainly a remarkable woman. As a young girl she had had strange visions. When Maitland met her, she being 27, she must, from all descriptions, have been singularly beautiful. He describes her as "tall, slender, and graceful in form, fair and exquisite in complexion, bright and sunny in expression, the hair long and golden, but the brows and lashes dark, and the eyes deep set and hazel, and by turns dreamy and penetrating, the mouth rich, full, and exquisitely formed," while Mrs. Fenwick Miller says, "I thought her the most faultlessly beautiful woman I ever beheld. Her hair is like the sunlight, her features are exquisite, and her complexion, I can use no other term than faultless, not a spot, not a flaw, not a shade." Add to these natural gifts a good medical training in the schools of Paris, a fair knowledge of Greek and Latin, considerable literary ability, and a generous and undisguised use of cosmetics, and you have a strange but powerful combination. Edward Maitland met her in 1874. He was then 50 and she 28, and practically thenceforward dedicated his life to her. It must, however, be remembered that the intimacy caused no estrangement from Mr. Kingsford, the husband, who remained a close friend to them both. The reinforcement of Anna Kingsford's intuitive and prophetic gift by Maitland's incisive and logical mentality certainly had a valuable result, and their combined work left a notable mark on the time. Jointly, from 1881 to 1888, when Anna Kingsford died, they carried on a strong crusade against vivisection, one of the earliest protests made, and they published besides a series of works, The Perfect Way, Clothed with the Sun, The Virgin of the World, etc., bearing the esoteric and theosophic message to which I have already alluded. Of these, The Perfect Way, which shows both the systematic clearness of the one mind and the inspiration of the other, is perhaps the most important. It embodies in fairly clear outline those ideas of Indian and Gnostic origin which were at that time curiously descending upon the Western world, and which, no doubt, quite independently began about the same time to be spread abroad by Madame Blavatsky and the Theosophic Society. Portions of this book, and large portions of Clothed with the Sun, were apparently spoken by Mrs. Kingsford under trance conditions, and have a certain fine quality and atmosphere about them. They seem to indicate things actually seen in the inner world of being. But they suffer, as such communications must do, from the medium through which they come. Large portions of The Perfect Way degenerate into pure drivel, and large portions of Clothed with the Sun are offensive, as their authoress herself often personally was, with a kind of spiritual arrogance. It is curious that these two prophetesses, Anna Kingsford and Sophie Blavatsky, though so very different in personal exterior, should have been so like each other in other respects. Both undoubtedly had access to trance conditions, and to some region of astral intelligence or earth memory. Both, as happens in such cases, dug out for us some shining jewels of truth, but mixed at the same time with a huge mass of rubbish. No words can describe the general rot and confusion of Blavatsky's secret doctrine. Both were emotional in their different ways to an abnormal degree, and both were, fortunately for themselves, associated with coadjutors of cool and intellectual temperament. Mrs. Kingsford with Maitland, and Blavatsky with Mrs. Besant. Both had really great and remarkable gifts, and both, notwithstanding their high calling, descended to strange and unworthy subterfuges, Blavatsky to common juggleries, and Anna Kingsford to a most deliberate and disagreeable pose. At the Hermetic Society's meetings, the latter would take the chair in state, after the style of the great Panjandrum, and if any humble member of the audience asked a simple question like, "Do you think, Mrs. Kingsford, that the soul survives after death?" she would draw herself up, close her eyes, and say, "I know," and sit down again. On one celebrated occasion I remember that at the close of the meeting Edward Maitland rose, and referring to the epoch-making speech of the Lady President on the Finding of the Christ, pointed out that that very meeting was indeed a world event, for just as the kings of the East came across the ford of the Jordan to lay their treasures at the feet of the infant Savior, so now the treasures of Eastern thought were being brought across the world for the birth of a new Redeemer in the West, and by one whose name was most appropriately and prophetically none other than Kingsford. After that, we could naturally do nothing but dissolve along our different lines, in tears or laughter, or through the doorways and passages as the case might be. We poor little mortals must be grateful for what illuminations we can get, however quaint or queer the mediating personalities may be. End of part 1 of chapter 13. Part 2 of chapter 13 of My Days and Dreams by Edward Carpenter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The years from 1881 onward were certainly a new era for me. They not only brought me towards democracy, but they marked the oncoming of a great new tide of human life over the Western world, and so, partly through the book itself, brought me into touch with a number of people and movements. It was a fascinating and enthusiastic period, preparatory, as we now see, to even greater developments in the 20th century. The socialist and anarchist propaganda, the feminist and suffragist upheaval, the huge trade union growth, the theosophic movement, the new currents in the theatrical, musical, and artistic worlds, the torrent even of change in the religious world, all constituted so many streams and headwaters, converging, as it were, to a great river. To be in fairly close touch, as time went on, with these movements and their English representatives, with men and women like John Burns, Cunningham Graham, Mrs. Despard, H. M. Hyndman, Bernard Shaw, Keir Hardie, the Bruce Glazers, Pete Curran, Ramsay MacDonald, Walter Crane, Sidney Olivier, H. W. Nevison, H. G. Wells, Annie Besant, F. R. Benson, Granville Barker, Iden Payne, Mona Limerick, Isadora Duncan, Margaret Macmillan, Lowes Dickinson, G. P. Gooch, G. M. Trevelyan, Roger Fry, Rutland Boughton, Granville Bantock, Lawrence Hausman, William Rothenstein, R. J. Campbell, E. W. Lewis, the Sidney Webbs, Olive Schreiner, Isabel Marginson, Edith Ellis, Alfred Russel Wallace, Oliver Lodge, George Barnes of the Amalgamated Society of Engineers, C. T. Cramp of the Amalgamated Society of Railway Servants, Stephen Reynolds of the Fisheries, Raymond Unwin of Garden Suburbs, Cecil Reddy of Abbotsholme, James Devon of the Prisons Commission, Edward Westmark, Havelock Ellis, and so forth, was indeed an extraordinary inspiration and encouragement. Practically all these, and I have not mentioned the foreign friends and coadjutors, were giving their lives to the furtherance of some tributary of the great movement, and each of them represented hundreds or perhaps thousands of others who were doing the same. One felt that something massive must surely emerge from it all. It was no wonder that Hyndman, whose name I have put near the beginning of this list, becoming conscious as early as 1881 of the new forces all around in the social world, was filled with a kind of fervor of revolutionary anticipation. We used to chaff him because at every crisis in the industrial situation he was confident that the millennium was at hand, that the Social Democratic Federation would resolve itself into a Committee of Public Safety, and that it would be for him, as chairman of that body, to guide the ship of the state into the calm haven of socialism. The SDF was constituted in the early 80s. When 1889 was impending, it was obvious that that year, as centenary of the first outbreak of the French Revolution, would be the fateful date. I remember his telling me, not without gleeful rubbing of hands, that the whole society of London stevedores, whom he had been addressing at the docks, was behind him to a man, and would come without fail to his support. 1889, however, passed with nothing more effectual than the Socialist Congress at Paris, at which a great deal of dissension and difference of opinion was manifested. Then came '99, the last year of the century, and clearly big with destiny, and he piled his hopes upon that. But it, alas, only gave birth to the Boer War, which put things back for many a year. And after that, 1909 and other dates did but provide further material for disappointment. And yet, all the time, the socialist clock was really moving forward, and though there was no sudden revolution or conversion, the nation steadily and almost unconsciously became saturated with the new ideas. Hyndman, though no doubt disappointed from time to time, stuck gamely to his cause, and it was largely through his personal exertions that the educational work begun by him in 1881 was carried to such fruition that in 1914, with the German War, the government and the country suddenly adopted large sections of the socialist program, without calling them socialist, of course, as the most natural thing in the world. That neither Hyndman in his time, nor Morris in his, nor the Fabian Society in theirs, nor Keir Hardie, nor Kropotkin, nor Blatchford, nor any other individual or body succeeded in capturing the social movement during these years and molding it to his or their heart's desire, must always be matter for congratulation. For once pocketed by any clique, it would have pined and dwindled into an insignificant thing. But, as I have just tried to show, the real movement of this period has been far too great for such a destiny. It is like a great river, fed by currents and streams flowing into it from the most various directions, and gathering a force which no man can now control, and a volume too great to be confined. One regrets that Hyndman's efforts to get into Parliament have never been crowned with success. Not that he would have been any use in the House as a party leader, Labour or Socialist. Much the reverse, for though personally the most good-natured man in the world, he had an extraordinary gift for falling foul of all his friends in the political arena. But because it would have been a satisfaction, and there would have been a certain poetical justice in it, to see Hyndman face to face with the bogies of his own propaganda, the representatives of the established order, and trouncing them to his heart's content. With an excellent command of statistics and finance, a good knowledge of political conditions, and the diplomatic personnel over Europe, two great causes close to his heart in the championship of our colored subjects in India and our white wage slaves at home, and with a vigorous and ready tongue, he would surely, off his own bat, have made the House sit up and compelled its attention to some neglected things. Nevertheless, he would never, I think, under any circumstances, have been a great force in politics. For curiously enough, notwithstanding his mental vigor and energy, there was a certain want of weight about his personality, which prevented his influence carrying very far. On the platform, with his waving beard and flowing frock coat, his high and spacious forehead and head somewhat low and weak behind, he gave one rather the impression of a shop whose goods are all in the front window, and though a good and incisive speaker, his frequent gusts of invective seemed out of keeping with the obvious natural kindliness of the man, and rather suggested the idea that he was lashing himself up with his own tail. The frock coat and tall hat were always of course de rigueur with him. Not, I imagine, that they were particularly congenial to his socialist ideals, but because they were a necessary part of his outfit and make-up on the stage of the Stock Exchange, for no doubt the Stock Exchange as the center of our commercial system will cling to these old symbols of the industrial capitalist era to the very last. A young friend of mine, who was at one time clerk to Albert Grant of city fame, told me the following story. One day while he was sitting in Grant's office, H. M. Hyndman was announced, and walked in, frock coat and all. My friend left the room while the two conferred, the well-known socialist with the even more well-known German Jew and company promoter. Grant's reputation was not of the highest, or if it could be called high at all, it was only in the sense in which game is sometimes so called. When the visitor was gone, and my young friend returned to the room, Grant said, rubbing his hands, "Do you know who that is? Do you know who that is? That is Mr. Hyndman, the great socialist. You see, with all their talk, even they cannot get on without me." I do not for a moment suppose that Hyndman's dealings on this occasion were anything to be ashamed of, but Albert Grant's transactions were commonly thought to be of a shady character. Perhaps to make up for that, he bought with some of his gains the site of Leicester Square, converted it into a public garden, and presented it to the public. In consideration of this, and possibly other things, he was made a Baron, Baron Grant. Whereupon some wag wrote the following distich: "Princes can rank confer, but honor can't. Rank without honor is a Baron Grant." Baron, B-A-R-R-E-N, Baron, B-A-R-O-N. I have mentioned Walt Whitman more than once in the foregoing pages, and I think I ought not to let this chapter pass without referring to the ardent little coterie at Bolton in Lancashire, who for many years celebrated his birthday with songs and speeches and recitations, with decorations of lilac boughs and blossoms, and the passing of loving cups to his memory. J. W. Wallace was the president, and Dr. Johnston, Frederick Wilde, J. W. Dixon, Charles F. Sixsmith were some of the earlier members of this little club, which met quite frequently from 1885 onward for 20 years or more. If there was a somewhat Pickwickian note about its revels, still no one could doubt the sincerity of its enthusiasm. It helped largely to spread the study and appreciation of Whitman's work in the north of England. It welcomed Dr. Buck on his arrival from Canada with congratulatory addresses and hymns of its own composing. Some of its members, the two first mentioned, crossed the Atlantic on a pilgrimage to the good grey poet, and Dr. Johnston wrote a quite excellent little book, A Visit to Walt Whitman, descriptive of Whitman's personality and surroundings, which I believe is now being reissued from the press in conjunction with some notes on the same subject by Wallace. In later years I have been able to count Dr. Johnston and Charlie Sixsmith among my own constant friends. I will conclude this chapter with a few brief notes on my almost lifelong friend Arunachalum. I feel that I owe a great debt to him, because long ago, in 1880 perhaps or '81, he gave me a translation of a book then little known in England, the Bhagavad Gita, the reading of which, as I think I have said before, curiously liberated and set in movement the mass of material which had already formed within me, and which was then waiting to take shape as Towards Democracy. As when a ship is ready to launch, a very little thing, the mere knocking away of a prop, will set her going, so, though it was something more than that, did the push of the Bhagavad Gita act on Towards Democracy. It gave me the needed cue, and concatenated my work to the Eastern tradition. I first came across Arunachalum at a meeting of the Chit Chat, or some such society at Cambridge, when he was an undergraduate at Christ's and I a newly made Fellow of Trinity Hall. As in the case of other Hindus, his extraordinary quickness and receptiveness of mind had very quickly rendered him au fait in all our British ways and institutions. With engagingly good and natural manners, humorous, and with some of the Tamil archness and bedevilment about him, he was already a favourite in his own college, and at that time these early comers to the universities from India were certainly received by our students with more friendliness and sense of equality than they are today. His father having been a wealthy man, and occupying a good position in Ceylon, Arunachalum had received a good education, and was fairly well up in Greek and Latin, French and German, and their literatures, besides his own Eastern languages like Tamil and Sanskrit. Altogether he was a very taking, all-round sort of fellow, capable of talking on most subjects, and full of interested inquiry about all. Many were the afternoons or evenings we spent together, walking or boating, or sitting by the fireside in college rooms, and I learned much from him about the literature of India and the manners and customs of the mainland and Ceylon. When he left Cambridge he went to London and studied law for some years, and then, going out to Ceylon, joined the civil service there, and in due time became judge, registrar general, and finally member of the Legislative Council. In 1890 he wrote to me about the Jnani Ramswami, whose acquaintance he had made, and asked me to come out and meet him, and I gladly went, for it just chimed in with my wishes at the time. And as I have told in my visit to a Jnani and elsewhere, for 6 weeks or so we called on the Guru every day, and absorbed all he had to say on the traditional esoteric philosophy of India in general, and of the Tamils in particular. After settling in Ceylon, Arunachalum paid from time to time various visits to England, at one time to bring his wife over, at another to put his sons to college, and so on. The last occasion was in 1913, when he received a tardy recognition of his really important services to the Crown in the form of a knighthood. On these occasions, whether he was conversing with the humblest of my friends at Millthorpe or at Sheffield, or with high officials and great ladies in London, his manners had always just the same charming frankness and grace about them, which established at once the human relation as the paramount thing. And yet this man, whose artistic culture and practical knowledge of the world was miles above most people he met, had often to suffer from the boorish rudeness of Anglo-Indians in his own land, or of belated Britishers on board ship. Alas for the vulgarity of my countrymen. I cannot leave him without one little anecdote. Being a guest on some occasion at a Mansion House dinner, he was duly, of course, introduced to the various bigwigs present, and took his seat with the rest, but immediately caused consternation, being a vegetarian, by refusing turtle soup and other carnivorous dishes in favor of spinach, potatoes, and the like, and finally nearly wrecked the whole show by asking for a glass of water. Such a thing had never been heard of before. Waiters hurried to and fro, but water could not be found, and at last, with many apologies, he was asked to put up with a bottle of Apollinaris. "Whiskey, sir, with it?" "No, thank you." End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of My Days and Dreams by Edward Carpenter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 14, London and Lectures. Having many friends in London and a good many relations, I naturally, during all the years of my sojourn at Millthorpe, have been in the habit of paying fairly frequent visits to the big city. It is good to have one's roots in the country, but it is also necessary to have one's branches in the great towns where one can come into contact with the winds and storms of human life. A considerable social storm at which I was present was that of the so-called Bloody Sunday in November 1887. A socialist meeting had been announced for 3 p.m. in Trafalgar Square to protest against the Irish policy of the government, and the authorities, for conscience doth make cowards of us all, probably thinking socialism a much greater terror than it really was, had vetoed the meeting, and drawn a ring of police 2 deep all around the interior part of the square. Of course the socialists had to make an active protest, if only in order to bring the case into court, and 3 leading members of the Social Democratic Federation, Hinman, John Burns, and Cunningham Graham, agreed to march up arm in arm and force their way, if possible, into the charmed circle. Somehow Hinman was lost in the crowd on the way to the battle, but Graham and Burns pushed their way through, challenged the forces of law and order, came to blows, and were duly mauled by the police, arrested and locked up. I was in the square at the time, and like most of the crowd there, more as a sightseer than anything else. Indeed, though a large crowd, it was of a most good-humoured and peaceable kind. But the way in which it was worked up, provoked and irritated by the authorities, was a caution, and gave me the strongest impression that this was done purposely, with the intention of leading to a collision. If this was not so, the only explanation must be that abject fear on the part of the authorities was the moving cause. As I say, the crowd was a most good-humoured, easy-going, smiling crowd, but presently it was transformed. A regiment of mounted police came cantering up. The order had gone forth that we were to be kept moving. To keep a crowd moving is, I believe, a technical term for the process of riding roughshod in all directions, scattering, frightening, and batoning the people, the idea no doubt being to prevent the formation of knots or the consolidation of organized bodies among the crowd. In this case there was really no sign of any organized movement on the part of the people against the police, nor had I heard of any plan to that effect, further than the march-up of the 3 leaders already mentioned. I was standing with my friend Robert Muirhead, Cambridge mathematician and Smith's prizeman, two peaceable enough members of society as may be supposed, on an island refuge just where the Strand debouches into Trafalgar Square, when we found ourselves violently pushed about by mounted and foot police and told to move on. Whether Muirhead did not move on fast enough, or what the trouble was never explained, but the next moment I saw him seized by the collar by a mounted man and dragged along, apparently towards a police station, while a bobby on foot aided in the arrest. I jumped to the rescue and slanged the two constables, for which I got a whack on the cheekbone from a baton, which distressed the more respectable members of my family for some weeks after. But Muirhead was released, and we soon regained our footing on the refuge, from which for some time we watched the police continuing at considerable risk to life and limb to circle round and insult the mob. I mention these little details just to show the kind of thing that happens. Purely as the result of this ill-timed action, there were one or two ugly rushes, I believe, and a few broken heads, but the damage of Bloody Sunday did not, after all, amount to much. The case came into court afterwards, and Burns and Graham were sentenced to 6 weeks' imprisonment each for unlawful assembly. I was asked to give evidence in favour of the defendants, and gladly consented, though I had not much to say, except to testify to the peaceable character of the crowd and the high-handed action of the police. In cross-examination I was asked whether I had not seen any rioting, and when I replied in a very pointed way, "Not on the part of the people," a large smile went round the court, and I was not plied with any more questions. At an early period of my Millthorpe days, about 1885 I think, two young Cambridge men who had only just taken their degrees, Lowes Dickinson and Roger Fry, came down to see me. Two gentle, humorous and charming creatures, who have since made their mark in literature and art, and whose friendship has remained with me, I am happy to say, all these years. Dickinson, as a writer of pure English, is, I should say, far ahead of any of his contemporaries. In contrast with the Meredithian, Henry Jamesian, Chestertonian, and other literary gymnastics of the day, his style flows along, pellucid, with pure grace and purpose, saying exactly what is needed, no more and no less. It has the quality of the absolute in style, which is very different from, though sometimes mistaken for, absence of style. Nothing could be more charming and to the point than his Letters from John Chinaman, or from a Chinese official, and his Greek View of Life. With regard to the former, he told me an amusing story about W. J. Bryan, candidate more than once for the presidency of the United States. Being an American, Mr. Bryan, perhaps naturally, did not perceive, the English being so perfect, that no Chinaman could possibly have written the book, and being also somewhat shocked at some of the remarks in it about the common infidelities of matrimonial life in England and America, he quite innocently published an article rebuting these charges, and explaining that if the author, the supposed Chinese official, had had the advantage of being brought up in an Anglo-Saxon household, he would never have made such mistakes. Dickinson had consequently to write to Mr. Bryan, and, breaking his incognito, to inform him that the author had had the said advantage, and really knew what he was talking about. From 1885 onwards I lectured pretty frequently in London, Edinburgh, Glasgow, Bristol, Leeds, Birmingham, Bradford, and so forth, chiefly at first in connection with the various socialist societies and groups in those places. The subjects treated of were those which are now so well recognized and understood everywhere that there is no need to insist on them, though at the time they were only beginning to appear on the social horizon: the evils of competition, adulteration, falsification of goods, waste, the scramble for dividends, the iron law of wages, and so forth. Afterwards the lectures branched out a little more widely into literary and philosophical subjects, and with more general audiences. In 1891, as I have already said, the Humanitarian League was founded, and later on I gave addresses on various occasions in connection with the League's meetings. One at an early date, about 1892 or 93, on vivisection, in conjunction with Edward Maitland; another on the same subject some years later; one in 1897 on the prisons; one in '98 on what might be called humane science; and one in 1906 on simplification of life, and others. In the last mentioned lecture I referred to the complexity of life among our well-to-do classes, which arises from the fact of their being able to pay servants for doing things for them, and pointed out, supposing the bottom ever fell out of the bucket of modern society, and these people really had to produce their own food, clothing, etc., how simple their lives would probably become, and how interesting it would be to see them going about barefoot and clothed in flour sacks, rather than do the hard work of cobbling and tailoring for themselves. The Morning Leader took the idea up and brought out a cartoon illustration of the lecture, showing the London Club men promenading in Hyde Park with only Indian blankets and flour bags for covering, though still clinging religiously to their old umbrellas and tall hats. For the Theosophist societies I spoke occasionally in Birmingham, Liverpool, Manchester, Sheffield, and elsewhere, weaving in some amount of Indian philosophy, the Upanishads, etc., with talk on social subjects; also for the ethical societies in much the same way, and for Charles Rowley's Sunday afternoons at Ancoats, Manchester. In 1905 I took up the question of small holdings and the cooperative colonization of the land, a question which had by that time become actual through the Small Holdings Acts of 1892 and 1907, and which will have to be still more seriously considered in the future; and spoke on the subject in Holmesfield and other villages in my neighbourhood, as well as in Oxford, Glasgow, and other large centres. Joseph Fells was very keen at that time on the subject, and I went with him to view his group of a dozen or so 5-acre holdings at Maylands in Essex. Unfortunately the experiment did not turn out a success. He had bought some very heavy clay land at an absurdly low price, £7 an acre, and had spent £20 per acre on it in breaking up and burning the clay and heavily manuring, thus making the real initial cost of the land £27 per acre, and had then planted the ground with fruit trees and had suitable cottages built on it. Reckoning up the total cost of each holding, he offered them at a low rental, some 3% or 4% on the capital invested, and took some care besides in the choice of tenants, feeling confident that with proper handling the places would prove remunerative. Unfortunately they did not do so. Probably it had been a mistake to speculate on such extremely poor land as this was to begin with. Anyhow, it never yielded the crops expected, and one by one the tenants, disheartened, abandoned their holdings, and the whole scheme fell to the ground. Having always a good many friends among the railway men, I was not unfrequently asked to speak at their clubs and branch meetings. On one occasion in November 1907, in conjunction with George Barnes, C. T. Cramp, Pete Curran, and Victor Grayson, I addressed an Amalgamated Society of Railway Servants meeting of over 3,000 in the Sheffield Corn Exchange. George Barnes always strikes me as a fine, solid, and sensible man, Charlie Cramp the same, and indeed the railway men generally, perhaps from their close and constant contact with the flow of humanity, have a discernment and a reasonableness of outlook which is quite peculiar. Victor Grayson, the course of whose political career was so brief and so meteoric, was a most humorous creature. His fund of anecdotes was inexhaustible, and rarely could a supper party of which he was a member get to bed before 3 in the morning. On the platform, for detailed or constructive argument, he was no good, but for criticism of the enemy he was inimitable. The shafts of his wit played like lightning round him, and with his big mouth and flexible upper lip he seemed to be simply browsing off his opponents and eating them up. His disappearance from public life has been quite a loss. In some ways these large audiences are easier to speak to than small ones. Consciousness of personalities, either one's own or of members of the audience, disappears. The great broad human interests come forward. Finesse and detailed argument are of little account. The reverberation of emotion is great, and that carries the speaker on. But of course much depends on conditions. To hold a large audience in the open air is difficult work, but it is good practice. Concatenation and logical continuity are of no great importance, but every word must be distinct, every phrase must tell, every point be made clear and attractive, else the congregation will evaporate even while you talk to it, and condense again round the nearest coaster's barrow. In a closed room or hall you have your hearers more at command. They cannot easily escape, and you may become dull without knowing it. But here again much depends on circumstances. I find a room of the common type, with level floor and high raised platform at one end, rather trying. It is difficult to get at an audience so much below you, and as the voice tends to rise, the more distant listeners seem unreachable. Worse still is a flat room where you stand on the floor without any platform, for then you cannot see your flock and you lose all command over it. Personally, I like an amphitheatre lecture hall with rising tiers of seats one behind the other, or best of all an ordinary theatre with pit and galleries, so that from the stage one is nearly on a level with the great bulk of those present. I have spoken, on the larger socialism or cognate subjects, to audiences of 2,000 or more at various theatres, the Grand, Manchester, November 1908 and November 1909, the Prince's, Blackburn, October 1910, the Metropole, Glasgow, November 1910, and others, and with a satisfactory sense in general of being able to reach my hearers. On November 11th, 1910, I gave an address to the Literary and Philosophical Society at Greenock on State Interference with Industry, which was repeated afterwards at Cambridge, Oxford, and elsewhere. The subject was much to the fore at that time, and from opposite points of view, owing to prevalent strikes and lockouts. The Clyde shipping strike was on, and there was a good deal of indignation expressed up and down the country at the conduct of the men in the shipyards who had refused to take up their tools and go to work again, even after their leaders had counselled and urged them to do so. I was as much in the dark as most others about the cause of this strange refusal, until I reached Greenock, and then I soon heard from various quarters, both of men and masters, the real reason. It was not a question of wages or of hours. Those matters had so far been settled satisfactorily. The real grievance was a personal one. The men had been affronted by the overbearing conduct of the chairman of the Employers' Association, the insulting manner in which he had behaved to their representatives, and so forth, and they were not going to put up with this without a protest. They wanted to be treated in a gentlemanly way. It was encouraging and refreshing to find that this was so, and the fact that it was so lets a good deal of light into a frequent cause of labor troubles and dissensions. But of course, in this case at Greenock, as in many others, the press all over the country had got on the wrong tack, and the public never knew the real rights of the matter. On October 24th, 1908, the Woman's Suffrage Party held a great demonstration in Manchester, which, like others of their functions, was a miracle of organization. There were to be 10 platforms, and the mere getting together of 10 distinct bodies of processionists at their respective starting stations in the neighborhood of the town hall, and marching them off to the appointed time, was no light matter. However, it was done, and with Mrs. Despard walking gallantly at the head, supported by Margaret Ashton, Miss Abbadam, Dr. Helen Wilson, Isabella Ford, Mrs. Swanwick, Mrs. K. D. Courtney, Mrs. Billington Greig, Councillor James Johnston, Professor Chapman, Canon Hicks, and myself, a solid phalanx nearly a mile long, with bands and banners complete, walked all the way to Alexandra Park, 3 miles out. The immense crowd which came forth to witness the demonstration, and which lined both sides of the road, did not say much. It did not cheer to any great extent, nor did it scoff. It was simply deeply impressed. A large part of it followed on the route and collected round the 10 platforms, about 1,000 listeners to each. Each platform dealt with a separate subject. Mine, in conjunction with Mrs. Greig and Miss Margaret Robertson, took prison reform. A cornet finally gave the signal for a joint resolution to be proposed in favour of the suffrage, which was of course carried by acclamation, and the crowd dispersed. Mrs. Despard's work in the 2 related causes of women and labour has been splendid. Her ardour and indomitable resolution, despite the drawback of advancing years, have been almost miraculous, and I always see her in my mind's eye marching gloriously to some encounter, and resembling the horse, in the words of the book of Job, who saith among the trumpets, Ha, ha, and sniffeth the battle from afar. It has been an honour and a pleasure to me to speak on many a platform with Mrs. Despard, in Trafalgar Square and elsewhere. In October 1912 I took the chair at a meeting of the Sheffield Women's Freedom League, when she lectured on the subject of Shelley's Prometheus Unbound. It is characteristic of her that this poem was a favourite of hers from earliest girlhood, and in a sustained address that evening she quoted very large portions of it by heart, holding her audience for nearly 2 hours in rapt accord and attention. Mrs. Despard was, I need hardly say, like Shelley himself, an ardent vegetarian, though Shelley, owing to circumstances and conditions, often probably found it difficult to live quite up to the mark of his wishes in this regard. In October 1909 I was honoured by being made President of the Vegetarian Congress at Manchester for that year, notwithstanding my own occasional derelictions from the ideal standard, and I found myself in the chair at an interesting meeting supported by well-known pillars of the movement like Professor J. E. Mayer of Cambridge, Dr. E. A. Axon of Manchester, Dr. Liebeck of Helsingfors, and others. The thing that struck me most about the meeting was the extraordinary number of extremely ancient-looking patriarchs present with long white hair and beards, and I very nearly disgraced myself in my opening speech by expressing a doubt whether, in view of this result, vegetarianism was a thing really to be desired or recommended. Some kind presiding spirit, however, saved me from the ineptitude, and I reached the end of my discourse safely and without succumbing to the temptation. A subject on which I have often spoken, though always with the sense of only touching the fringe of it, is that of the connection between sun worship and Christianity. The existing books on the subject are quite unsatisfactory, being very limited in their outlook. Some day it will have to be worked out more thoroughly. It is a most interesting subject, but as it involves a good deal of historical and antiquarian information and some technical knowledge of astronomy besides reference to early sexual rites, it is not a very easy one to put before a general audience. I gave a lecture on it for the Sheffield Ethical Society in December 1908, and for R. J. Campbell's Progressive League at the City Temple in November 1909, as well as in other places. But it really would require a series of lectures for anything like adequate presentment. The continuity of Christianity with the religions of the Old World, and its ordered evolution from them, is the idea which we now require to realize. We have had enough of its portrayal as a miraculous and exceptional stage in human development. And now that the world is coming round again to a concrete appreciation of the value and beauty of actual life, and to a sort of neo-pagan point of view, it is above all important that we should understand the sources from which Christianity sprang in the past, and what germs of a world religion it may bear within itself for the future, when it shall have cast off the crude and Gothic elements of its medieval development. My friend Edward Lewis, himself a writer on the New Paganism, was in 1912 and 1913 minister of the King's Way House Church, Duke Street, and he and R. J. Campbell not unfrequently interchanged pulpits at that time. Lewis persuaded me to speak at his church, and on two occasions, November 1912 and October 1913, I did so. His congregation, largely trained no doubt and educated by his discourses, was an intelligent and sympathetic one, and though I had some misgivings on my first visit in speaking on so abstruse a subject as the nature of the self, illustrated as it was by numerous quotations from the Upanishads and from Towards Democracy, I felt no misgiving on the second occasion, when my subject, similarly illustrated, was Rest. These lectures were repeated at the Lyceum, Women's Club, Piccadilly, at Croydon, Eastbourne, and elsewhere, and the fact that the audiences, like these, of a rather popular character, could listen with deep understanding and sympathy to the unfolding of innermost psychological teachings has convinced me that the germs of a new and democratic religion are only waiting among our mass peoples for the day and the stimulus which will bring them to birth and development. Edward Lewis, being vigorous in heart and brain and a real man, naturally could not continue very long in a profession like the ministry, which entailed his ascending the pulpit 3 or 4 times a week, and not only giving edifying counsel to his congregation, but confining his own life within a corresponding circle of inanity. Such a career would inevitably have sapped and ruined his manhood, and with true instinct he threw up his 500 or 600 a year and retired into the wilderness. The members of his congregation were duly shocked and grieved in their different ways, according to the views they took of his lapse or lapses from holiness. But if, as is likely, the quondam Christian minister should become the missionary and apostle of a new and vital paganism, the world will be very much the gainer. The war now going on, 1915, is not only acting already very directly on the industrial life of the nations concerned, but is pointing pretty clearly towards a remodeling of our general conception of industry for the future. It is fairly certain that somehow or other the gloomy and depressing wage slavery of the present day, so intimately bound up with the commercial regime, will have to give way, and productive work will have to regain the characters of spontaneity and gladness which surely are of the essence of its nature, and which are the necessary roots of all art and of all beauty and joy in life. With that transformation of industry, all life will be transformed, and the neo-pagan ideal will become a thing possible of realization. For some years, from 1910 onwards, I have spoken on this idea, entitling my lectures Freedom in Industry, Beauty in Civic Life, and so forth, and delivering them before various bodies and in various places, as at Caxton Hall, London, for the Humanitarian League, at Crosby Hall, Chelsea, for the University Settlement there, for the Fabian Society at Oxford, for the Arts Club at Leeds, for the Progressive and Town Planning League at Bolton, for the National Union of Teachers Association at Chesterfield, and for many adult schools, independent Labour Party clubs, and ethical and theosophist societies in different parts of the country. To produce for use, that production should really take place for the benefit of the consumer, to concentrate not on profit to individuals, but on advantage and gain to the community, to drop in one inspired moment the whole mad sequence of cutthroat rivalry, insane waste, disgusting fraud, and inane uselessness which constitute modern industry, all this would mean such an enormous liberation of power, such an incalculable increase in general wealth, that the spectre of poverty would be exorcised forever, and the numbing anxiety which weighs so heavily now on the lives of millions would be lifted away like an evil cloud. Joy would descend upon life, and the ordinary occupations would become free, spontaneous, and beautiful. Our powers of production today are so immense that even in the midst of the present frightful war, we, on this little island, can spare millions of our best men for fighting, and millions more for the work of providing those fighters with engines of death and destruction, and yet, with the residue, can calmly and easily keep the nation going. What our powers and our achievement might be, if once those 8 millions or so, whose work is now only destructive, were turned on to the great positive task of social reconstruction and sensible human emancipation, it really passes imagination to conceive. The age-long world dream of paradise regained would at last be within our reach. We can see that the war is even now forcing the modern peoples to take stock of their boasted civilization, to reckon up the gains to humanity which it represents, and the losses, to find out and decide in what direction they are really moving, and in what direction they want to move. If an event so great, so colossal as this, does not shatter the old order of profit grinding and wage slavery, and wake a new ideal of life in the heart of the nations, one would say there is little hope for the world. But surely it will do so. End of chapter 14. Chapter 25 of My Days and Dreams by Edward Carpenter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 25, Translations and Translators. Among the many good things in my life which I owe to my books, by no means the least has been my introduction through them to dear and valued foreign friends. One day in March 1901 there came upon me a young Hungarian, Ervin Batyany by name, a modest, sturdy, and almost rustic-looking youth of about 23. He proved to be a member of the well-known Batyany family, whose influence in Hungarian politics, on the liberal as well as on the conservative side, has always been considerable. But he was by no means conservative in his outlook or ultra-aristocratic in his leanings. It happened at the moment of his appearance that I was doing some gardening and trundling about a wheelbarrow. "Oh," he said at once, "do let me wheel that barrow for you. I do like so much to do that sort of work, but I have no chance at home. I am so civilized, you know." For a moment I thought he was chaffing. Then the next moment I saw he was quite sincere. I believe I let him trundle the barrow for a bit. Then we sat down and talked. It turned out that he was expecting in the following year to come into large landed estates in Hungary, that he had studied and thought about socialism to some extent, and that, among other things, he wanted to consult me about the administration of his property when he should have the management of it. It appeared that with the almost feudal system still prevailing in that part, the cottagers and laborers working on such estates were practically attached to the soil, and frequently transferred with it from owner to owner, that they were employed by the farm bailiffs in gangs for the benefit of the estate, that they received next to no monetary wages, but were paid in pork or flour or the poor tenements they inhabited. That is, they were paid by a small share of the wealth they had themselves created, that they had no means of earning anything independently, and that they had little or no education, the schools being all under the thumb of the Catholic priests. We talked over possible reforms, of a mild kind, of course, as anything drastic would be out of the question, and when he went away he said with the same charming simplicity as before, "The next time I see you I hope I shall not be so civilized." The next time proved to be some 3 years later. He returned to Budapest shortly after his visit to Millthorpe, and took, as it happened, a copy of Towards Democracy with him, which he gave to a lady friend there, a certain Madame Nadler, knowing that she was interested and indeed accomplished in English literature. Madame Nadler took warmly to the book, and before long it came about that she and the young Count, who was a frequent visitor at her house, spent a large part of their time together in reading and discussing it, with the not unnatural result that they became warmly interested in each other. Meanwhile he, the young man, plunged into the administration of his newly acquired estate, and in the course of 2 or 3 years made useful changes. He founded an undenominational school, with a workshop for instructing the peasants in various crafts, and a reading room provided with more or less socialistic literature, an innocent enough proceeding as we should think, but it turned the whole clerical party against him, and terrified the aristocratic landowners of the neighbourhood out of their wits, as with the shadow of a coming revolution. All this, together with his journalistic work in connection with various anti-militarist and anarchist papers, brought him into conflict with his family and the authorities, with the result that a sequestration of his property took place, and for a couple of years he was subject to a good deal of annoyance. During that period, curiously enough, little Millthorpe became the chief means of communication between the two friends, for I was in touch with them both, while their local and more direct letters were liable to be intercepted. They were thus able to concert plans to frustrate the enemy, which they did with such success that at the end of the period mentioned Irvine resumed work on his estates, though not without some risk, as may be imagined, of renewed attacks. After these events, Towards Democracy became more than ever a link between the two friends. They determined to translate the book, not into Hungarian, but into German, as being a more widely received language, and they set to work upon it in real earnest. Madame Nadler's competence for this labour was quite exceptional. With a great deal of enthusiasm for the book and a quick appreciation of its meanings, she combined a very fine literary sense and aptness of phrase, while Irvine, with his rather encyclopedic brain, was able to interpret all sorts of references to trades and nature processes. In 1906 the translation of Part I was published in Berlin, and Parts II, III, and IV followed in separate editions in the 3 following years, 1907, 1908, and 1909. But meanwhile, early I think in 1904, Madame Nadler, having decided to give her children the advantage of an English education, and at the same time to save them from the hatefulness of enforced military service, migrated to this country, and so it came to pass that I made the personal acquaintance of this remarkable and beautiful woman, an acquaintance which, I need not say, soon ripened into friendship. Irvine, too, finding his native land not very congenial, came over to England, and thus it happened that, after the lapse of 3 years, he and I resumed the conversations which we had first begun over the wheelbarrow. I did not notice that he was notably less civilized than before, but his experiences had very obviously altered his political and social outlook, and his general views were decidedly more anti-governmental than they had been at the earlier date. These translations by Madame Nadler were, however, by no means the first to be made into German. In 1901 or so, Herr Karl Federn had come over from Vienna and spent a day or two at Millthorpe. In 1902 he placed his translation of Love's Coming of Age with a Leipzig publisher, and the book almost immediately had a good reception. It passed through several editions, and when a few years later, in 1912, the first German Women's Congress was held in Berlin, the book, curiously enough, became a sort of bone of contention, dividing the advanced party, who took it as their textbook, from the more conservative party, who anathematized it. In proportion as controversy raged around it, the work became more notorious. A cheap edition was printed, and before the Great War broke out some 50,000 copies had been sold. Herr Federn was not very fortunate in his choice of a title. Wenn die Menschheit so lieber werden is only a rather heavy paraphrase of Love's Coming of Age, and the text of the book itself suffers from a certain heaviness and diffuseness. Still, to Herr Federn himself I feel I owe a considerable debt, not only for introducing my work to the German public, but for the general fidelity of his translations and the loyalty of his dealings on my account with the German publishers. In 1903 he published also in Leipzig his translation of Civilization, Its Cause and Cure, and in 1905 in Jena the translation of The Art of Creation. This last was issued in rather elaborate format by the well-known firm Eugen Diederichs, but has never reached the circulation of the other two. In the spring of 1909 I was at Florence for some weeks, and there, largely through my friend Professor Heron, I came into touch with an interesting circle of young Italian literati and artists, especially interesting to me because they represented a strong reaction away from the very bourgeois and commercialized Italian art ideals of the later 19th century and towards the ideals of John Ruskin and William Morris, ideals founded on the socialization of human activities and the intimate relationship of all true literary and artistic work to the actual life of the mass peoples. The group included such men as Riccardo Nobili, probably the best living exponent of 14th century Italian art, whose charming little story, A Modern Antique, delightfully exposes the fakes of Florentine art dealers and the gorgeous gullibility of American globetrotters. Roberto Assagioli, the young philosopher, editor of Psyche, a psychological review, and author of an illuminating tract on the talking horses of Elberfeld. Guido Ferrando, author of a couple of tracts on La Coscienza Universale and La Nuova Psicologia, Florence, 1908, who has done me the honor to translate my Love's Coming of Age and my Art of Creation into Italian. Count Auteri, the Sicilian architect and sculptor, Giuseppe Rambelli, the artist, and others. More or less associated with this group, and on a second visit, I made the acquaintance of Teresina Bagnoli, a gifted young woman who had already been in correspondence with me with regard to a translation of Towards Democracy, of which she sent me batches from time to time for criticism and revision. I found her swift and penetrating and original, and verging on anarchism in her political and philosophic outlook, and I have to thank her for her excellent little volume Verso la Democrazia, which has brought me into touch with Italian readers in that intimate field. It is curious, but perhaps not unexpected, that my best translators have been women. To a third lady friend, Mademoiselle Senard, I owe a very excellent version of Towards Democracy into French, parts 3 and 4 only. After some little preliminary correspondence, Mademoiselle Senard came over from Paris in the summer of 1913 and spent a couple of months in the country in my neighborhood. Sprung from an old-fashioned and rather aristocratic family in Burgundy, she had managed at a comparatively early age to emancipate herself from a convent school and education, and by her resolution had almost compelled her parents to find for her a way out into the great world. She had become a perfect linguist in English, German, and Italian, and I found her a fine-looking and attractive person of 35 or so, always, like a true French woman, perfectly dressed and chic, yet simply dressed and absolutely natural in her conversation and movements. It was a pleasure to spend many a morning or afternoon with her, looking over her translation work, or rambling through the garden and the fields. However well one may know a foreign language, it is rarely possible to follow every nuance of meaning, or to succeed entirely in avoiding errors. And a foreigner dealing with English has perhaps all the more difficulty in that way, on account of the idiomatic and irregular character of our language. I have not always cared so much about the other books, but with Towards Democracy I have been very anxious that the renderings should be faithful, and it has been fortunate for me that in these 3 cases I have had such very competent translators, and been sufficiently versed myself in the languages concerned to be able to assist them in doubtful places. Marcel Senard also wrote a little brochure of her own on Edward Carpenter and his philosophy, which shows the clearness and penetration of a well-balanced French mind. Then, on the outbreak of the war in 1914, she took up nursing work, and with extraordinary energy and devotion organized and helped to equip a new hospital for the wounded at Nouveau, south of Paris, where she remained for a year as manageress and secretary, till, exhausted with the incessant labour, she was at last compelled to relinquish the post. In connection with French translations, I must not forget to mention my friend Paul Larouge, who is now assistant judge in French Morocco, and who translated and published my Prisons, Police, and Punishment in Paris some 10 years ago. I am sorry to say I have not found an English judge or police magistrate who has taken an equal interest in the original book. Early in 1910 I received 1 or 2 letters from a young Japanese illustrating the sad state of commercial slavery and militarism into which Japan had fallen since the Russian-Japanese War. Women and children, as well as men, were being worked 12 hours or more a day in the factories which were springing up on all sides, and for a miserable pittance. There were no regulations to curb the greed of employers, and any public protest was treated as anti-governmental socialism, with the result that papers were suppressed in the most arbitrary way and speakers committed to prison. A Japanese lady, Madame Fukuda, had been imprisoned for 5 years for thus voicing the wrongs of the workers, and my correspondent, Sanshiro Ishikawa, was awaiting trial on a similar charge. He had, being a fair English scholar, been interested in my work for some time, and told me what I had heard before, that a translation of my civilization book had circulated pretty widely in his country at a quite early date. That translation, however, had gone out of print, and he, Ishikawa, was preparing a new one for the press when the Japanese censor interfered and forbade its publication. This shows up pretty clearly the state of darkness which has descended on the land of the rising sun. It was not, of course, on account of his interest in my book that he had been arrested, but on account of his general work in the cause of labor. The result of his trial was that he was sent to prison for 3 months, and that on his emergence he had to keep rather quiet on account of the attentions of the police. He retained, however, his interest in my writings, made translations of portions of them, and embodied these, together with some biographical matter, in a book of some 300 pages, beautifully printed in Japanese characters, and published in Tokyo in 1912, but of course for the most part a sealed book to me. Some small portions, however, are printed in our language and characters, including a letter from myself written to him while he was in prison, which I may as well reproduce here, as it serves to throw light on the situation. Dear friend Ishikawa Sanshiro, just a line to cheer you in prison, though you will be nearly coming out when this reaches you. I received your letter of March 27th with much pleasure. You were to go to prison next day. They seem to be very severe and despotic in Japan, when one cannot even publish civilization its cause and cure there. But your countrymen are too sensible to bear this sort of treatment for very long. I suppose it is patriotism which is so very strong in the nation just now, and which forms an excuse for anti-socialism. King Edward VII's death is causing a great wave of patriotism here, yet the future of mankind is leading us beyond patriotism to humanity. I cannot write much now, but thought I would send you a few lines. I believe I did send you my photograph. If it did not reach you, let me know and I will send another. With hearty greetings and thanks to you for what you have done in the great cause. Yours very truly, Edward Carpenter, 21 May 1910. After a time, I hardly know whether on account of troubles in Japan or of attractions toward Europe, Sanshiro determined to come to these Western lands. And one day in the autumn of 1913, as I happened to be in London, he came to call on me there. Anything less dangerous looking as a revolutionary it would be hard to imagine. Small in stature, timid in manner, and with a very gentle voice, he seemed the embodiment of quietude and sympathy. It was not difficult, however, in his case, as in that of many Japanese, to discern beneath that composed exterior a strong undercurrent of resolution and courage. He read English with ease, but spoke it rather slowly and with difficulty, was intelligent, and, like many Orientals, skillful with his fingers and apt at housework. We tried to find him employment and a means of living in our neighbourhood or in Sheffield or Manchester, but without success, and after similar efforts in London he migrated to Brussels, where he knew of a friend in Paul Reclus, son of Eli and nephew of Elisee Reclus, and where he obtained occupation in decorative painting. This was early in 1914. In August, of course, the war broke out, and a few weeks later the Germans entered Brussels. The Reclus family, before their entry I imagine, retired to Paris, but Sanshiro remained in Brussels, I believe as caretaker of their apartments. It was a somewhat risky position. The Germans drew a cordon around the city and ruled severely within it. Once or twice only he got messages through to me, but as the weeks went by he began to feel that he must escape at all costs, and in the end he succeeded in doing so, by representations, I believe, to the Japanese government, which led to his liberty being granted in exchange for a German prisoner taken at Kiao Chau, but of this I am not certain. I have not seen him since, but anyhow he got to Liancourt near Paris, where he is now, 1915. Another Japanese friend, Mr. Saikiwa Tomita, the youthful author of the Matanji Tensho, or Psalm of the Last Day, has translated and published large portions of Towards Democracy in current Japanese magazines, and intends apparently to bring the whole out in book form, as well as versions of The Art of Creation and some of my other works. Speaking in a letter of the present war, he says, "Japan is at her crisis as well as Europe is. Here in this country, as you well know, he who is for the lower classes and vagabonds, or who is for the cosmopolitanism, is treated by the authorities under the name of ill fame, and has to suffer from a bitter experience. And Sanshiro Ishikawa, above mentioned, speaks likewise. Is not this a terrible epoch, that the violent force only holds the supreme power in this world, and humanity has no influence, at least in the international affairs? The present situation of Japan is in most dangerous stage. Many peoples are becoming admirers of militarism. Commercialism is already too powerful, and I feel a duty that I must fight with full-hearted spirit against them. Let us pray that these true-hearted fighters for internationalism may prevail all over the world and among all nations. I am proud to find that among the Bulgarians, who are supposed just now to be our enemies, I have many friends. Messrs. Vatsareff and Dosev, editors of the magazine called Renaissance at Burgas and Chirpan, published in it shortly before the war various chapters of civilization, including the defense of criminals, custom, modern science, etc., and later the whole of that book and of England's ideal. With the outbreak of the war, however, they retired to Maykop in the Kuban territory east of the Black Sea, being in touch there with another friend of mine, the Russian novelist and mystic Ivan Najivin. Mr. Najivin, who makes his home apparently in the country near Novorossiysk on the shores of the Euxine, working there among his bees and in his vineyard and vegetable garden, has written to me for some years, chiefly about cosmic consciousness and sandals. He is, as may be imagined, particularly interested in the Indian sannyasi and mystics, and was lately much surprised to find that some of the Russian peasant sects, notably the Straniks, among whom he had lived so long, were all the time, unbeknown to him, holding views and favoring practices very similar to those of the Hindu mystics. He has translated my Visit to a Gnani into Russian under the title I Am, also large portions of Towards Democracy and the whole of Civilization. Besides M. Najivin, I am indebted to M. Sergius Orlovsky and M. G. Rappaport and others for introductions to the Russian public. To my young friend Illit Grondal of Kloften, Norway, I owe the circulation of my works in Norway, especially in Bergen. In Amsterdam a translation of Civilization was issued as long ago as 1899, with preface by Leo Tolstoy, the same preface which Tolstoy wrote to the chapter on Modern Science, and in the same city a translation of Love's Coming of Age was issued in 1904. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of My Days and Dreams by Edward Carpenter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 26. Rural Conditions. In contrast with the artisans and town workers whom I had got to know so well, the farm populations and rustics among whom I found myself embedded when I settled at Millthorpe were decidedly interesting. In the working masses of the towns, at any rate of the northern towns, what attracted one was the ferment of the new life coming on, the social dreams of a better future, the efforts to realize such dreams, even in a small way, the push towards independence, the greater alertness and education, the busy hum and activity of trades unions and all manner of labor associations. What interested me in the country was something quite different. It was in fact the old life, the old immemorial rustic existence still going on, still there though giving signs of passing, of course. As it happened, I could hardly have found a more old world, purely agricultural parish if I had searched for it, certainly not in the north of England, than Holmesfield when I first came there. Now, oh irony, it is already beginning to be civilized. It was all in the old rural style, the leisurely long day with its varied occupations and interests, the life of the open air and the fields, the cattle and the crops, the barn and the public house, the absolute acceptance of things as they are, complete non-interest in reform, positive indifference to anything not patently visible to the eye, or to abstractions of any kind. The good folk would talk about a particular field, and really with amazing detail about its history, its climate, its soil, its suitability for such and such crops, and so forth. But if you broached any phase of the land question, however really important to them, their eyes would soon glaze, and their conversation revert to their pigs or potatoes. A few years after my arrival at Millthorpe, having found out some facts about the commons and closures in the neighbourhood, I wrote a 4-page tract entitled Our Parish and Our Duke, giving some account of the circumstances under which our common lands were eaten up by our local landlords early last century, and circulated it around. It was printed in the London Star, July 8, 1889, and quoted and commented on in other papers, and it sold and circulated in leaflet form some 20,000 or more copies. But in the parish itself it elicited no response. One old farmer whom I knew pretty well said, "It's very well put together, mister, and it's just exactly true," and that was all the backing I got. Probably if there were others that approved, they did not dare to say so. The fact that it challenged a duke gave them pause. The tract, somewhat enlarged and altered, and under the title The Village and the Landlord, is now published by the Fabian Society, tract number 136. Thus, as I think I have said before, on first coming to Millthorpe, I experienced a certain sense of isolation among the people there, whereas in Sheffield, and even at Little Bradway, I was received as a friend and commonly called by my Christian name. At Millthorpe I was a stranger, and like all strangers, an object of suspicion, and was addressed as Mr. It was a curious situation, and I found myself leading a double and divided life. How I came in the end to bridge the gulf, and so far to overpass it, I hardly know, but time does wonders, and by slow degrees the rustics have accepted me almost as one of themselves, and given me, some of them, their warm friendship. I am indeed bound to say that despite the great differences between them and the town workers, and the greater general intelligence and alertness of the latter, I admire the character of the country folk most, their extraordinary serenity and good humour, their tenacity, sincerity, and real affectionateness. Even their silent ways, though irritating at times, are a relief from the eternal gabble of the cities. Said a farmer youth to me one day, after we had been listening for some time to the rather cheap talk of an elderly and radical citizen, "They do talk, those townsfolk," he said, and then, after a pause, "Them as talks so much, they must tell a lot of lies," and I entirely agreed with him. Talking about the gulf fixed between the old and the new, and especially between the mentality of the downright manual worker and that of the artist. At one time we had an artist friend staying with us who was rather down on his luck and making only a poor living. He was working on a landscape picture, and every morning used to sit in one of my fields close to the wall which divided it from the high road. An old road mender, the same who had told me years before how he remembered the commons going in, that is, being enclosed, a good old man, but bowed with age and labour, used to come that way every morning to his work, and every morning, as sure as fate, made some patronizing remark to the painter, which at last enraged the latter beyond endurance. "That's a nice pastime for you, young man." And then the next morning, "I see you're amusing yourself again, young man," and so on. Pastime indeed! Amusing myself! I wish the old fool had to do it instead of me, but I'll be even with him yet. So the next morning the artist inveigled the old man into conversation, and after submitting meekly to more patronage, said, "Well, you see, I have to do this for my living." "Do it for your living, do you?" "Yes." "Do you sell them paintings, then?" "Of course I do." Old man a little taken aback. "And how much might ye get for a thing like that?" Artist stretching a point. "Well, I might get £10." Old man astonished. £10? Well, I never. Artist following up. "Or I might get even more, of course." Old man thoughtfully and with deep respect. £10! Well, I never. And sitting down to it too. But Hodge is passing away. The old agricultural population, farmer and labourer, is changing under the pressure of modern life, and soon, for good or evil, will be a thing of the past. The motor car and the cycle, the telephone and the daily paper, are ploughing up the country districts. Torrents of townsfolk pour over the land on holidays, and the seeds of new ideas are being sown. Already I can see, even in this little corner of the land, a new type of native arising. The great drawback of the country folk in England, worse here no doubt than in Ireland, is their want of initiative. Centuries of smothered life under the incubus of the landlord and the parson have had their inevitable effect. They never will speak their minds, or commit themselves to any action which is not entirely customary and approved by the powers that be. It may be different in other parts of the country, but here the one answer to any question of importance, especially if put by a stranger, is, "I don't know, I don't know." So fearful have they been for generations, lest their words should be by chance reported in ruling quarters, that the habit of concealment has at last got into their blood. One sees from this how paralyzing our land system is toward all manhood and resourceful initiative in the country. Nor is the matter much different in many other lands. When in Sicily, in 1909, we found that among the peasants the children were systematically taught to lie, and punished by their parents for truth speaking, and for a very simple reason. For if a stranger came along and asked questions of a child, "How much land has your father? How many goats does he keep?" 10 to 1 that stranger was an emissary of the church, the chief landlord of the old days, or a tax gatherer, and so an emissary of the state. And the truth would mean more rent or more taxes. Thus deceit was the only salvation, and lying the chief foundation of "morality." Here in England the parson and the landlord have a similar paralyzing influence, and whether they actively and consciously are conspiring against the people, or whether their questionings, as sometimes may happen, are inspired by pure kindness, the result is the same, namely, the corruption of the people, and perhaps a worse corruption in the second case than in the first. Still, the new life must come, and has to come, and is coming. Small holdings, either freehold or with a secure tenancy under a public body, give perhaps the best chance of breeding a spirit of independence in the people. Cooperation trains them in adaptability and resource. At one time, seeing the waste of energy resulting from the 20 or so small farmers in our valley, each making their separate few pats of butter weekly, and bad butter at that, I got a dozen or more of them together and put the case for cooperative milk selling before them. They all agreed that it was the right thing to do, that milk selling paid much better than butter making, and that the cost of transit to town, by motor car or country cart, could be recouped with profit. We went into the figures and were satisfied. But when it came to actual operations, the paralysis of lack of initiative was on them, and no one would stir a finger. If I had arranged a whole scheme and set it in operation, I have no doubt they would have fallen in with it. But, as I said, I had my own work to do, and had no intention of giving up a large part of the day to their affairs. The only one who volunteered to do anything practically, and this illustrates the difference between the agricultural and the other workers, was, curiously enough, a navvy. He had only a very small farm, which he carried on side by side with his navvy work, but he immediately took practical steps, and would, I believe, have carried a scheme through but for an illness which just then overtook him. A supply of small holdings, say up to 30 acres in size, on a really secure basis, would do an immense work in liberating the social life of the rural workers. For the first time in his history, one of the most important types of man in the country would be able to hold up his head, face his superiors, and give some kind of utterance and expression to his own ideals. At present, agricultural life is hugely dull from its mere uniformity and want of variety under the all-pervading foot rule of the landowner and his faithful servant the parson. A greater supply of small holdings would also, I need hardly say, be valuable from the economic point of view, and the greater variety it would encourage in the culture of the soil. Of course, what we now especially want, and what happily people are beginning to feel the want of, is the establishment of large cooperative farms over the face of the land, somewhat on the model of the Danish farms. When it is remembered what the Danes have done with an originally quite poor soil, by their organized cooperative methods, how they have renewed the prosperity of their own country and created a new invasion of Britain by their agricultural products, it seems astonishing that we over here still remain in the muddy ruts of our old ways. Supposing, for example, that by cooperative or governmental purchase, or even, if it can be imagined, by gift from a large landowner, an extensive farm of some 2,000 acres were acquired. Supposing that suitable portions of the farm were broken up into 20 small holdings of 10 or 20 acres each, and that the remaining body of the land were farmed in thorough style under a skilled manager, the workers on the central farm being the smallholders themselves, who would thus work partly for themselves on an individualistic basis and partly collectively for wages. Supposing that the manager was given by the cooperators a certain amount of authority for the purposes of work and organization, and that on the other hand he was there to advise the small holders to a certain extent as to their work and crops. Supposing that he organized cooperative arrangements for the members of the society, both for the purchase of necessary materials and the sale of their products. Suppose that a joint council arranged the matters of wages and dividends and the establishment of creameries, cheese and butter making apparatus, egg collecting systems, and so forth. Surely it is not very difficult to see that in some such roughly indicated way a great new departure might be made in the agricultural development of the United Kingdom. If 1,000th or a 20,000th part of what is spent in the mad destruction of a great war were spent on some such constructive work, 10 times the number of people now employed in agriculture might be placed productively on the land, and the output of wealth and home-grown food, so important to our island, might be enormously increased. About 9 years ago, in 1906, I began to pull the farm lads and men together to form a little club at Millthorpe. For some years we had a difficulty in finding a place for it, and had to be content with a very small room in a cottage. But here came in the advantage of the small holder. A silversmith who lives in the locality, the only man besides myself who has 2 or 3 acres of freehold, and who is not tied to a landlord, having joined the club, and seeing our difficulty, offered a fine and large barn belonging to him for our use. If it had not been for him, we should have had to go cap in hand to some local owner or cleric, and could never have developed freely. As it is, the place has been a great success, managed in an easy-going sort of way by the men themselves, and I am happy to say that my share now of the management is very small. The club has taken its own lines quite naturally. In order to avoid ill feeling and competition with the public house, which is close at hand, we have no drink except tea and coffee. Whist, lectures, readings, whist drives, dances, socials, billiards are the chief amusements, and the place serves occasionally for discussion of local affairs, theatricals in a small way now and then, and the balance of our weekly subscriptions goes in winter to a Christmas supper, and in summer to an excursion by rail or brake. With small people secure in their tenure, such clubs would grow up pretty abundantly, and would become the start points of cooperative movements, creameries, agricultural banks, and so forth. The great thing is that they should not be managed by benevolent superiors, for the management of their own concerns is, after all, the chief and most important item of a people's education. There is, however, a place in our countrysides, and a need for people of a rather wider knowledge and outlook than the general rustics to come and live among them simply as friends, and not as benefactors. People of this kind can certainly contribute something, even though their "wider knowledge" be as a rule rather vague and bookish. They have information about what is going on elsewhere, and they are often good at organizing. A new kind of parson, democratic minded and really in touch with the people, and not attached to any church, and a man with a little leisure at his command, might be greatly helpful. Why do not the thousands of young men or women who are thus qualified rush in to fill this void? At one time, as I think I have already mentioned, I was a member of the parish council, but the hopelessness of getting any result therefrom, combined with the waste of time connected with it, caused me after a few years to abandon the position. The 4 or 5 farmers, all in terror of their landlords, and the parson bound by golden chains to the lord of the manor, formed a solid phalanx against any progressive proposal. Perhaps I ought to have fought things out a little more, but wrangling is an occupation which I detest, and to fight questions to a practical finish always means the expenditure of much time which I, with my agricultural, literary, and other labours, could ill afford. The one prevailing idea with the council was not to spend any money if possible, and even the few shillings necessary for the repair of a small length of public footpath would be debated over with a tenacity and miserliness of outlook which made one despair, while the vicar, not without laudable presence of mind, would resign himself to slumber in the chair. About the only thing of use I was able to do was to save from loss or destruction the award book, that is, the book which records the enclosure, early last century, of the common lands of Holmesfield parish, and specifies the details of their assignment to the various proprietors then holding land in the parish. And this I only did with difficulty, and after the labours of many months. When the award was completed in 1820, the said award book, naturally and rightly, was handed over not to the church or the squire, but to one of the trustees who represented the parish generally, a farmer who of course kept the book at his farm under lock and key, but with permission to the parishioners to inspect it at convenient seasons. In course of time the farmer died, and his son, following in the same farm, became custodian of the book. Later on, and after many years, the son died, and the son's widow became custodian. By that time most people in the parish had forgotten or were utterly ignorant of the existence of such a book. It might easily have happened that the widow or her son, migrating to another part of the country, should have taken the book with them among their household goods, in which case it might have been lost for ever to our parish. Such or something similar has happened frequently, of course. It happened to the minute book of the Courts Baron of Holmesfield, a manuscript record of the meetings of the said court all the way from 1588 to 1800, and a most valuable and interesting document. In some unknown way the book disappeared, but by a piece of good luck it has now come into the possession of the Free Library at Sheffield, where it can easily be inspected, and where it is safer perhaps than it would have been in the village to which it refers. To return to our award book, the parish council's acts very wisely gave all such documents into the custody of the parish council, to be kept in a parish room or chest. But the difficulty was to make our council take any active interest in the fate of the book. Moreover, It possessed no parish room or parish chest, and when the question came before it of having a chest made, even that appeared to some of the members a serious and unnecessary expense. Questions of the dimensions of the chest, the material of which it should be constructed, the number of locks it should carry, the selection of the joiner who should be entrusted with the precious work, and so forth, were endlessly debated. The council meetings took place only at long intervals, and it seemed at last as if the chest never would get made. I mention these details merely to show the kind of thing that happens in country villages. Meanwhile the vicar went to the said widow, and not without remonstrance from her, succeeded in obtaining the award book, and placed it in the vestry. A faction then arose in the council, who maintained that the book was quite secure in the vestry safe, and that no parish chest was needed. It had then to be pointed out that the Act did not allow such books to be kept in the vestry, and that the council would be responsible if it did not keep the thing in its own custody. And so the game went on. Ultimately, after a full year of similar imbecility, the chest really got itself made. The award book and some other documents were placed within, and now repose there in waiting for the day of judgment. Exhausted by the labours connected with the affair, and hopeless of ever getting any useful activity out of the parish council, I shortly afterwards retired from it. Of course, these conditions are not the same in all parishes. Where there are mining or artisan populations, there is often a good deal of briskness and movement. But in the agricultural regions and the south of England, affairs are somewhat as I have described. The district councils are a shade better than the parish councils, but the membership of them falls largely into the hands of small shopkeepers and a middling class of folk who are very Philistine and wanting in aesthetic perception, and as a rule rather ignorant except in matters of business. They make hard and fast rules and regulations, often suggested by the conditions existing in the jerry-built slum areas of the smaller towns, and by enforcing these regulations in country districts where they are not needed, do seriously hamper the expansion of rural life. Such are some of the regulations about the height and cubic space of rooms, which, desirable though they be in slum tenements, are quite out of place, and the cause of needlessly high rents in country cottages. Such also the barring of wooden dwellings on account of fire in many rural and even isolated regions where there is no public danger from this cause, and again the vexatious restrictions set upon the use of vans and tents. In these respects the work of the district councils is really helping toward the increase of an existing evil, the depopulation of the countrysides. On the other hand, the composition of these councils makes them absurdly deferent to big commercial and aristocratic interests, and the money of the ratepayers gets poured out like water on schemes in which, under cover of public works, private interests are largely concerned. As I have had occasion to explain in the Fabian tract above mentioned, The Village and the Landlord, our local district council, having decided that a reservoir was needed, applied to the then Duke of Rutland for the purchase of a suitable area on the moors above us. The land in question had been, before 1820, part of the common lands of the parish, and was now, as the ducal private property, paying rates on an estimated rental of less than 2 shillings 6 per acre. It could not therefore be supposed to be worth much more than £3 per acre capital value, and it might almost have been expected that in consideration of the history of the enclosure transactions, and of the additional fact that the land was wanted for an important public purpose, water supply, the area necessary for the reservoir would have been granted free. Far from that happening. As a matter of fact, the amount actually charged was at a rate of about £150 per acre. The sad thing about such a levy on the public purse is not only that the ducal people should have charged it, but that the district council should have paid it. If the latter had had the gumption to offer a bold resistance, to decide for themselves what was a reasonable payment, and to bring the whole matter before the public, the case for the former would probably have collapsed. But there's the rub, the want of spirit and pluck in these public bodies. And considering these and similar things, one seems to see very plainly that what really matters in the life of a nation is not so much the exact form of its institutions as the general level of education, alertness, and public spirit among its people. With these latter advantages, defective institutions may still be made to serve. Without them, the best will soon become corrupt. It may, however, be said that some institutions are naturally more favorable than others to the growth of public spirit, and that is a consideration worth remembering. One of the few native institutions of long standing in this locality is the well dressing, which takes place in some of the neighboring villages once a year, during the feast week of the village, and is accompanied with dancing and other festivities. The village fountain or spring is decorated with flowers, sometimes in quite elaborate and ornamental designs, and the festival evidently dates from very early or pre-Christian times, when the divinities of the streams and water sources were recognized and worshipped. When I first came in 1883 into these parts, there were along all the lane sides numbers of the most charming stone cisterns and water troughs, bubbling with clean water and overhung with maidenhair ferns, and it was part of the habits of the country folk to keep these places in order, a joy to human beings and to animals. Now we have a reservoir as above mentioned. The well dressings truly remain as a yearly function, but the divinities whom they used to celebrate have fled. The cisterns and troughs all over the country are neglected. They are cracked and dried up and full of potsherds and salmon tins. Wayfaring men and animals go thirsty, and the public spirit and service of the water gods has vanished. We are told that water conducted through miles of iron tubes and lengths of lead piping is much more sanitary than the water from field springs and wells. It may be, but I prefer the latter. At one time there were so many cases of lead poisoning in the Sheffield district, traceable to lead connections, that the matter excited serious attention. It was decided that the trouble was due to a certain acid in the moor water which dissolved the lead, and consequently large filter beds charged with chalk and lime were made in connection with the reservoirs, which neutralized the acid. The water was freed from this danger, but it became saturated with lime, and people died from stone in the bladder instead of lead poisoning. Personally, I would prefer to take my risk of a microbe in a flowing cistern, and with an alert country population, assisted by an occasional inspector, such a risk would certainly be small. But We are told that public spirit ought to make us join these reservoir schemes, and pressure is put on us by the authorities to do so. I do not by any means agree. Though no doubt there are cases in which local storage is advisable or necessary, the unbridled transfer of water over immense distances is attended by serious evils. The beautiful Thirlmere is turned into a mere water tank in order to supply Manchester. The lovely dales of Derbyshire are disfigured beyond recognition so that they may quench the thirst of Birmingham. In other words, in order to encourage the growth of a hideous and dirty city with an unclean and poverty-stricken population, a tract of clean and gracious land 100 miles off is cleared of its population and also rendered hideous. And all this at a huge and incalculable expense. We do not want these great congested and unhealthy centres, and we do want our streams and springs and the gods who dwell among them. Let the people come out for the water if they want it, but let them come with forethought and reverence. Another native institution managed, like the well-dressing, by the people themselves, is the ploughing match. There is a farmers' association, which of course ought to be a kind of trade union for the promotion and protection of farming interests. Perhaps once it was alive, but now and ever since I have known anything about the matter, it has become hopelessly futile and decadent. It has a dinner at some public house once a year and gets thoroughly drunk, and that is about all it does. But the Ploughing Match Association, which was originally, I suppose, an offshoot of the Farmers' Association, is alive, possibly because it has nothing whatever to do with politics. The farmers and their sons and the small holders, such as they are, join in and organize the affair, and it is a pretty sight to see, in 2 adjacent fields, perhaps 20 teams of men or boys, with their shining ploughs and their beribboned horses, going to and fro each on their appointed strip of land, the turning of the animals at the extremities, the clicks and calls, the marvellous accuracy of the furrows, the groups of critics and the judges. Going among them all, one perceives what splendid material there is here among the English countrysides, and also one grieves to think how it is paralyzed from development and expansion by our absurd land system and generally apathetic way of conducting ourselves towards the most important of all industries. We have at Holmesfield the champion ploughman of the neighbourhood, who takes the prizes at the village matches for many miles round. He is a great friend of mine, and I am also proud to say that at our association committee meetings my professional opinion is sometimes consulted, and I may occasionally be seen amid the fumes of smoke and beer, occupying the chair and keeping a dozen or 20 farmers in order, or bringing them back to the practical point of discussion when, as they generally do, they wander afar from it, a sufficiently humorous situation for a so-called poet and prophet. But the most important village institution after all, and more important perhaps than the church, is the public house. Here is the natural centre of the village life, and here the village opinion, if there is any, is collected and consolidated. It is a great pleasure to me to sit occasionally in our royal oak among the rustics whom I know so well. Their quaint humour, their shrewd judgments, their shy silences, their naughty stories, are a continual recreation. Unfortunately, like so much else in rural life, the pub has in general been allowed to go to decay, and instead of being the village meeting place and centre of sociability, it has too often become a mere resort of drink and imbecility. Tied to a brewery and at an exorbitant rent, the publican has no alternative but to sell as much as he can of the vile decoction supplied to him. He encourages booze, but does not encourage sociable converse. The brewer rises to wealth and obtains a seat in the House of Lords. The villager sinks slowly but surely, poisoned in body and atrophied in mind, and dies in a ditch. One of the very first things to be done for the restoration of the rural life is the reorganization of the public house, or rather its liberation. The clutch of the brewers upon the drink trade should be cut off decisively and finally. The manufacture of beer ought either to be a state monopoly, or it ought to be absolutely free, without license, and subject only to severe inspection. There has been a great deal of talk lately about the intemperance of the workers, and the abolition or serious restriction of the drink traffic. But the real root of the evil, certainly as regards beer, is the badness and poisonous character of the liquor supplied. See to it that it is clean and wholesome, that the lager beers, small beers, teas, and temperance drinks are not sophisticated with harmful chemicals, and for the rest, leave the houses free. Leave the publican to use his good sense and authority, and make him responsible for not keeping order. If that policy is carried out, there will not be much to complain of. The sale of actual spirits in drinking shops is another question, and that might well be restricted or abolished. The village pub ought to be a place where pleasant and decent refreshment of various kinds is provided, especially of drink, which is a first necessity for tired workers. It ought to be clean and fairly comfortable, and provided with games, papers, and similar means of recreation. On the other hand, it should have no suspicion of genteel or missionary purpose about it. If the manual worker cannot talk freely and feel himself at home in the place, he decidedly will not come to it, and it is certainly better that he should be a bit rough and rowdy than that he should feel that he is being improved. What the rural worker wants above all, and what it is very necessary that he should have, is a place where he can be at ease, converse freely, exchange ideas, and develop out of his own roots. The town worker has now in his trade unions, his various clubs and societies, got something of the kind. The rural worker is a poor lost thing. He has no centre of growth. The church is absolutely of no use to him in that respect, for the parson practically paralyzes his flock. The chapel is better, for there the chapel folk organize themselves and carry out in an authentic way many a little scheme for their own satisfaction or entertainment. The village club and the village cooperative society are just beginning in many places to show an independent and progressive life. But after all, the village pub strikes its roots deepest and widest, and if on a healthy basis is the natural meeting place where all these other movements germinate and from whence they spring. End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of My Days and Dreams by Edward Carpenter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 27, How the World Looks at 70. I remember having often wondered in earlier days what would be the answer to this question, and now I have the privilege of myself standing on the pinnacle of age, and of being in the position where some kind of verdict may be given. There are 2 verses about David and Solomon, whose origin I have not been able to trace, but which run as follows. King David and King Solomon led very merry lives, with many, many concubines and many, many wives. But when old age came upon them, with many, many qualms, King Solomon wrote the Proverbs, and David wrote the Psalms. Perhaps this gives the most general and accepted view on the subject, a view of old age as something a little dull, a little ineffectual, consoling itself with verses and good advice, and other second-hand joys. On the whole, perhaps a fairly correct view, and yet I cannot but think that it misses something very important, something which in earlier days one does not associate with old age, the sense of adventure. Youth is full of acknowledged adventure. The campaigns of love and of war are thrilling and absorbing, but youth does not know, or at any rate only faintly surmises, how absorbing may be the great adventure of death. On the whole, I am struck by the singularly little difference I feel in myself, as I realize it now, from what I was when a boy, say of 18 or 20, in the deeps of course. Superficially there are plenty of differences, but they relate mostly to superficial things like success in games, examinations, and so forth. I used to go and sit on the beach at Brighton and dream, and now I sit on the shore of human life and dream, practically the same dreams. I remember about the time that I mention, or it may have been a trifle later, coming to the distinct conclusion that there were only 2 things really worth living for: the glory and beauty of nature, and the glory and beauty of human love and friendship. And today I still feel the same. What else indeed is there? All the nonsense about riches, fame, distinction, ease, luxury, and so forth, how little does it amount to? It is really not worth wasting time over. These things are so obviously second-hand affairs, useful only and in so far as they may lead to the first 2, and short of their doing that, liable to become odious and harmful. To become united and in line with the beauty and vitality of nature, but Lord help us, we are far enough off from that at present, and to become united with those we love, what other ultimate object in life is there? Surely all these other things, these games and examinations, these churches and chapels, these district councils and money markets, these top hats and telephones, and even the general necessity of earning one's living, if they are not ultimately for that, what are they for? At any rate, that is how I feel about it now. I feel that the object of life at 70 is practically the same as it was at 20. Only one thing has been added. One thing. Beneath the surface waves and storms of youth, beneath the backward and forward fluctuations, deep down there has been added the calm of inner realization and union. I know now that these 2 primordial and foundational things, or perhaps they are one, are there. Our union with nature and humanity is a fact, which, whether we recognize it or not, is at the base of our lives, slumbering, yet ready to wake in our consciousness when the due time arrives. With this assurance, one certainly discovers that life, even in old age, may be delightful. What one loses in the keenness and passion of sensual and external things, one gains in the inward world, in calm and strength and the deep certainties of life. One can hardly expect to have it both ways. We may concentrate mainly, though not exclusively, on the outer life, or we may concentrate mainly on the inner life, but hardly on both at the same time. And the latter alternative has its advantages. Socrates, in reply to a friend who condoled with him on the waning of his sexual passion, asked whether he would not consider a man happy who had escaped from the clutches of a fierce tiger. "Certainly I should," answered the friend. "Then why," retorted Socrates, "do you not congratulate instead of commiserating me?" I find there are compensations and consolations in old age. People feel kindly towards you, partly because they consider you harmless and not likely to injure them, partly because they are not envious of your condition. They pity you a little, in fact, which pleases them and does no harm to you. I find I am a little hard of hearing, and people are good enough, in fact they are compelled, to speak up and speak distinctly. They have the pleasure of helping me over my deafness, and I have the satisfaction of getting them out of their mumbling habits of conversation, a satisfaction so great that were I really not a bit deaf, I feel that I should have to pretend to be. As I think I have said before, old people and infirm folk and chronic invalids and the like often get needlessly depressed over the impression that they are a burden and an affliction to their friends, whereas in very truth, by calling out the sympathies, the energy, the resource and the consideration of those around them, they are really conferring the greatest of benefits, and many a household is really supported and held together by the one who to all outward appearance seems to be the most frail and useless member of it. As Lao Tzu says, the 30 spokes of a carriage wheel uniting at the nave are made useful by the hole in the centre, where nothing exists. And to teach without words, and to be useful without action, few among men are capable of this. After the fuss and flurry of all the good folk who go about "doing good," to find that you can perhaps be the most useful by being a hole in the centre is very refreshing. Unfortunately, the world is very unwilling to allow this privilege, and as a rule in a quite automatic way accords to the aged a good deal of respect and influence, pushing them up into positions of power and notoriety. This is all right if you are quite worthy of it, but dangerous if you are not, and naturally if you desire power and notoriety you are not likely to be worthy of it. On August 29th, 1914, being my 70th birthday, some of my friends were good enough to present me with a congratulatory address couched in very friendly and affectionate terms, though I cannot say that I desired the thing beforehand, seeing that there is always something painful in the very idea of being singled out in such a way, yet I must confess that, being done, it was a consolation and a pleasure to me. There is one thing, however, that I think I have not sufficiently dwelt on as a valid and permanent object of life, though perhaps in some subtle way it may be implied in what I have said before. I mean self-expression. Constructive expression of oneself is one of the greatest joys and one of the greatest needs of life. and as long as one's life exists in this or any other sphere, so long I imagine will that need be present, and the joy in its fulfilment. It is a foundation urge of all creation. At first sight this seems contrary, and indeed hostile, to the hole in the centre theory, but perhaps it will be found not to be so. Probably it is only a question of the depth at which the self is functioning. Near the surface the self is very definite and constructive in this or that direction. It is limited in its aims and operations, and so far its activity seems to be at variance with other aims and operations. At the centre it is neither this nor that, because it is all. It vanishes from sight because it has become the whole. Most healthy work is generated from a desire for, or an effort towards, self-expression. If one's feet suffer from cold and exposure to injury, one makes boots to protect and cover them. If boots prove painful and confining, one designs sandals in order to free them. Having made these for oneself first, other people desire them and adopt the same devices. One's work begun for a private purpose and to satisfy one's own wants is continued for public ends, and becomes a kind of extended selfishness. It is the same with the institutions of society. Finding that they maim and confine you personally, the best thing you can do is to liberate yourself by reshaping them. In reshaping them you liberate others, and are accounted a reformer and general benefactor. But I imagine that no one is really a useful reformer who does not begin the work from his own private need, since that is the only way in which he can understand the true inwardness of the work to be done. And the accusation of selfishness, which may be preferred against him, saves him from the awful danger of becoming or posing as a public benefactor. It is truly wonderful to see what activity, what enthusiasm, vast numbers of people throw into public work of one kind or another. Let us hope they all do so from the underlying ground of some personal need which makes them unhappy in the existing conditions and impels them, for their own personal satisfaction, to alter those conditions. If so, their work will probably be healthful and successful. It will not wait on results, but will bring its own results with it. Still, there is a paradox in all such action. I cannot personally be comfortable in a society which makes a fetish, say, of what H.G. Wells calls the misery of boots. Therefore I work for a future society where people shall go barefoot or freely wear such footgear as suits them. But by the time such state of society arrives, where shall I be? That is the question. What is the good of my working for a state of things which will certainly not come in my lifetime? What is the impelling force which causes me so to work when it would be so much easier not to work and merely to let things slide? If, as one must suppose, it is something organic in nature, it must be that I myself will be there. I, the superficial one, am working now for the other I, the deeper one, who is also really present even at this moment, although he lies low and says nothing about it, and who in due time will consume the fruits which he is now preparing. I find at the age of 70 that I am getting nearer to that place in the centre where nothing exists and yet all is done, and that I suppose is satisfactory. A very simple round of life contents me. As long as I can have my friend or friends, and my little corner of nature, and my little pastime of constructive work, I really do not know what to wish for more, and surely everyone ought to be able to command these. We are up, my friend and I, at about 7 a.m. in summer, about 8 o'clock in winter. In summer a wash and a sun bath on the lawn for half an hour are very much in the order of the day. Then for me there is my study to tidy up and dust, and in winter my fire to light. There is the front of the house to sweep, wood to chop, and so forth. George has his kitchen to attend to, coals to get in, the chickens to feed, and preparations to make for the work of the day, baking or washing or whatever it may be. I remember the time when I used to think that to get up early, perhaps by candlelight, go down into a dishevelled sitting room, clean out the grate and light up the fire, would surely be the most dismal of occupations. As a matter of fact, I find these little preliminary duties quite interesting. They stir one's limbs and one's interest in the world, and help to peel off the thin but clinging veil of sleep. By 8:30 I find I can settle down to work, either in my study or, if the weather allows, outside in my little veranda or porch. I thus get a couple of hours fairly undisturbed. At 10:30 we have breakfast, or what is called brunch, a combination of breakfast and lunch, a good meal of coffee and milk, oatmeal porridge, an omelette, stewed fruit, or similar provender, and which one enjoys all the more for it being the first in the day. Brunch and reading the daily paper occupy an hour, and at 11:30 I am able to start work again, and go on to 1:30 or 2 o'clock. I thus get a good 4 hours or more in the morning for solid literary work, to some extent broken into at times by mere business matters and correspondence, but generally the most satisfactory period of work in the day. At 2 or so one goes easy. By the ruse of brunch one has avoided that deadly snare, the midday meal. Is it not Thoreau who says that one should pass by the 1 o'clock dinner tied to the mast like Ulysses, and deaf to the voice of the siren? Certainly George and I never cease to congratulate ourselves on this arrangement, by which the painful density and lethargy of that period is escaped. It seems to place the day in its proper order and perspective, and we only regret that most people, owing to professional hours and public duties, are not able to conform to it. From 2 or 2:30 to 5 one can make a change. There are oddments of work to do in the garden. There are little outdoor renewals and repairs round the house. There are visitors and casual guests. At 4 or so there is the sociability of afternoon tea. At 5 there are letters to get ready for the post, which goes at 6:30. At 7 there is supper, which is generally a rather more substantial meal than brunch. Sometimes tea and supper are combined in one intermediate meal, which of course goes by the name of tupper. In the evening there are friends to see, books to read, notes to make. There is the public house, which is an unfailing joy, and the farm lads' club, which is always homely and cheering. What can one wish for more? It is hard to say. Yet I ought to say, and it would be less than candid not to say, that there have been times all through my life when the necessity of escaping into an altogether bigger world than that provided by my native land has come upon me with a kind of berserker rage. As I think I have said, I come of Cornish ancestry, and my private opinion is that I was left on the coast of Cornwall some 3,000 years ago by a Phoenician trader. At any rate, the leaden skies of England, and something, if I may say so, rather grey and leaden about the people, have since early days had the effect of making me feel not quite at home in my own country. I longed for more sunshine, and for something corresponding to sunshine in human nature, more gaiety, vivacity of heart, and openness to ideas. But everything has its compensation, and the result of being pinned down so much to a limited and local life on the land has been that every 3 or 4 years I have been able to stick it no longer, and have been compelled in the intervals of my work to make a dash for some warmer and brighter climate. In this way it has come about that I have seen quite a little of other lands, not only of the usual resorts in Switzerland and Italy, but of places like Morocco, Sicily, Corsica, Spain, besides, as already mentioned, the United States and Ceylon and India. Having a talent for economical travel, I have been able to do this at singularly small expense, and my knowledge of agriculture and of the working life of the people at home has in such cases opened up a world of interest in the comparison of these with the corresponding things abroad, a world which as a rule is a sealed book to the ordinary tourist. In many cases my companions have themselves been manual workers, and I have found the vivacity of their interest in foreign fields and crops, or in town trades and workshops, both encouraging and amazing. At the age of 70 one does not bother so much about the exceptional feats, about great exploits, the climbing of the highest mountains. The ordinary levels of life seem sufficient. I confess that excessive cleverness and all that sort of thing bores me rather than otherwise. I seem to see in the general average of human life, in the ordinary daily needs, a steady force pushing mankind onwards, or rather gradually unfolding through mankind the liberation of a core of goodness and worth which is undeniable, impossible to ignore, and daily coming more and more into evidence. I say this deliberately and with full recognition all the time of the vast masses of cheap and nasty people as well as of cheap and nasty things which are washed up in the ordinary current of this our modern life, and with recognition also of the huge whirlpools of popular madness which occasionally arise and which accompany crises like that from which we are now suffering, 1915. Perhaps the madness and the blind passion, the loosening of the torrents of hate and revenge, and of the pent-up waters of prejudice and ignorance, are after all better than the dreary stagnation of the cheap and nasty. The whole commercial period through which we here in the West have been passing for the last 100 years has undoubtedly bred both in men and goods a lamentable commonplaceness and cheapness, a low level and a paltry standard of human value. Perhaps even the madness of warfare is better than that. It is curious that for the last 20 years or more there has been a general feeling, especially among the socialists and internationalists of the various countries, that society was approaching a critical period of transformation. It had become obvious that the existing order of things in government, law, finance, industry, commerce, morality, religion, the capitalist wage system, the rivalry of nation with nation, the administration and cultivation of the land, and so forth, could not continue much longer. In each one and all of these matters we have been heading towards an impasse, a block, a point at which further progress in the old direction must cease and a new departure begin. We have seen this, and yet we have been unable to say, for the most part, or even surmise, how the change would come, what catastrophe would upset the balance of our highly artificial commercial civilization, or in what way a new order of life and a more human and rational order might begin to establish itself. The catastrophe has come. We are already in the welter of a world war which in magnitude exceeds anything that has ever occurred in the past or even been imagined. The nations are in the melting pot. The institutions of society are threatened in every direction. But at present we are still unable to see the outcome, or even to guess what it will be. The lineaments of the new world are hidden from us. That the outcome will be far, far greater and grander than we now suppose, I do not doubt. Also that it will take far longer than we generally think to define itself. Beneath all the madness of the present conflict, the raging passions, the insane folly, the frantic delusions, the devilish concentration of all the wit and ingenuity of man towards a purpose of death and torture, there is, I firmly believe, a method and a meaning. A new life is preparing to show itself, coming to the surface of society as it were out of the deeps, showing indeed the strangest and most violent agitation of that surface just before its appearance. Having lived so long as I have done among the downright manual workers of our towns and the agricultural rustics, primitives as they are in many ways, and belonging to a period " before civilization," I do not feel at all alarmed. I know that the lives of these good solid folk, founded as they are upon the primal facts of nature, will not in any case suffer a very great change. If the whole of our banking and financial system collapsed and fell in, if world wide commerce came to a standstill, if the capital necessary for huge armaments and general ironworks was not forthcoming, if law and government were paralyzed, old age insurances ceased to be paid, and landlords were unable to collect their rents, if all this and much more happened, my friend who ploughs the fields near my cottage would go out next morning with his team to his usual work and scarcely know the difference. If anything, he would decidedly feel more cheerful and hopeful. Some other friend who forges and tempers table knives by the score would continue to forge and temper them. The knives would still be wanted, the power to make them would still be there, and if at any point combined labor were needed, as to build a workshop or carry through a steel making process, the men who do these things now in forced and servile toil under the capitalist system would do them 10 times better and more heartily in free cooperation. No, if all this jerry-built cheap-jack commercial civilization collapsed, it would not much matter. The longer I live, the more I am convinced of its essential pettiness and unimportance. The great foundational types, the real workers of the world, whether in England or Germany or France or Turkey or Bulgaria or Egypt, will remain, and indeed must remain, because the primal facts of nature, the sun and the earth and the needs of human life continually generate them. They will remain, and once freed, as one may hope, from the burden of the futile and idiotic superstructure which they have to support, will rise to a far finer standard of being than they can now realize. The cheap and aimless types belonging to the mercantile and middle classes will disappear with the world to which they belong. Let me say, however, for the consolation of some, that it is not necessary to suppose that the transformation of civilization of which I speak, and which is even now preparing, must necessarily mean that all law and government and worldwide commerce and finance and huge organization of industry, and even present-day art and morality and religion will collapse and become non-existent. In a sense they will do so, and in a sense they will not. In the twinkling of an eye they will be changed. In some sense the outer forms of these things will remain, but the spirit will be changed, and so greatly changed that their shapes also will be profoundly modified. When industry exists really for the supply of good and useful things, and not for the manufacture of profit, when high finance is not for gambling, but for the insurance and security of everybody, when courts of law are for the uplifting and not for the downcasting of criminals, and so on, then the forms of these institutions will be as different from what they are now as the organs of a dragonfly are different from those of the water beetle from which it sprang. But before this great and wonderful transformation takes place, there must, it is abundantly evident, be great sacrifices. No such huge change could happen without. Some of the functions and activities of the present society must perish, and with them must perish those who are engaged in these functions. Thousands and millions of individuals must die in the mere effort to create and establish a new collective order. Heroisms exceeding those of the past will be needed and will be supplied. We need not fear. We know the great heart of humanity. It is amazing to see in the present war the high spirits, the courage, the devotion, the loyalty to each other of the combatants in each nation. And these things would be utterly unintelligible were it not for the fact that each people, and we need make no exception, thinks and believes in some obscure way that the cause for which it is fighting is a noble and an honorable one. Terrible as war is, and terrible the apparent folly of mankind which allows it to continue, still it is to my mind obvious that those engaged in it could not give their lives, as they so constantly do, not only with conscious devotion to some high purpose, but even with an instinctive exultation and savage joy in the very act of death, if they were not impelled to do so by the insurgence of a greater life within, a life within each one more vivid and even more tremendous than that which he throws away. The willing sacrifice of life and the ecstasy of it would be unintelligible if death did not indeed mean transformation. In my little individual way I experience something of the same kind. I feel a curious sense of joy in observing, as at my age one is sometimes compelled to do, the natural and inevitable decadence of some portion of the bodily organism, the failures of sight and hearing, the weakening of muscles, the aberrations even of memory, a curious sense of liberation and of obstacles removed. I acknowledge that the experience, the satisfaction and the queer sense of elation seems utterly unreasonable, and not to be explained by any of the ordinary theories of life. But it is there, and it may, after all, have some meaning. End of chapter 27. End of My Days and Dreams by Edward Carpenter. Read by Sue Anderson.